so many of the world's retail banks, airline reservation systems, taxation systems, financial systems of all types are built on the back of IBM technology, both hardware and software. We are not going to have enough skilled people on our planet, in any country. So if you don't have enough skilled people, what is the technology that can help augment human productivity, that can really help scale?
Digital sovereignty is going to be a new battleground. Let's be honest about that.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled, Is Technology the New Sovereign Asset? This session is moderated by Mike Allen, co-founder and executive editor of Axios. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Good morning, and thank you to the World Government Summit for the hospitality, for the honor of being on your stage. You know it's going to be a great session when there's a very lively conversation in the green room, and we had a great kickoff conversation. I'm Mike Allen, co-founder of Axios, A-X-I-O-S. It means worthy in Greek. We're a media company based in Washington, D.C. We cover AI, national security, markets, startups, and we appreciate being here. Our guests to talk about technology as a new sovereign asset. And a spoiler, the answer to that question is yes. And we're going to unpack why technology now goes way beyond being an economic asset, but as a sovereign asset, as important as one of our guests today, Arvind, said, as defense or finance. Our guest today is Börje Ekholm, is president and CEO of Ericsson. Ericsson runs the mobile infrastructure for many of the enterprises in this room. Ericsson started 150 years ago at a small workshop in Stockholm, Sweden, and it's now one of the world's leading information technology companies. In January, Börje will celebrate 10 years as CEO. He has a master's in electrical engineering from Sweden, an MBA from France, and he lives in America's Rocky Mountains, Colorado. Arvind Krishna, chairman, president, and CEO of IBM. IBM was a very early supporter, longtime supporter of the summit. He's a business leader and a technologist who's really brought IBM, like a classic company, into emerging technologies, AI, cloud, quantum computing, which we'll talk about today, blockchain. One of the few people in the world that can say that they studied in India and Illinois, lives in the New York area. Welcome. And Arvind, you're going to kick us off. You had that provocative point that technology now is important to sovereign asset as defense. Tell us why technology matters as a sovereign asset.
First, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be back. I think 4 years in a row or maybe more, but I've lost count. Look, the current geopolitics in the world clearly state that defense is important. It helps preserve a nation, preserves the boundaries, preserves the security of its citizens. Finance is important because without liquidity and credit, it's very hard to invest in the infrastructure, in the companies, in all of the things that our citizens want. Technology is a force multiplier. Every nation has woken up to that technology can help amplify the impact of both of those and many other industries. So if you get a common amplifier, that means technology becomes as or perhaps more important even than finance going forward. It doesn't replace. Finance has its own role, but the thing that will lead to the most economic growth, which is what I think most nations desire, can be driven by technology more than anything else. And then you need to make sure that nobody can cut it off, nobody can destroy it by, for example, cutting a fiber optic cable under the ocean. And that's when I say sovereignty, it's not exclusive, it's an and. You can use many things from other places, but you do need to run some that you have your control over fully.
Now, Mr. Ekholm, you have a provocative perspective on this. You say that in a way, it's a misguided term.
Yes, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's great to be here. I guess I'm the rookie on this panel, as it's my first time. But yes, I think sovereignty leads the mind the wrong way, because it actually says that we can be a bit independent. I actually think in technology we can't. Most countries on this planet will have an interdependence on other countries. Yes, I agree, you need to make sure it operates all the time, that it's resilient, that it actually has the performance, that you can trust it, but you have an interdependence on everyone else. So I would rather that we use interdependence as the normer and think about what do I need to control in order to make it work. So take a practical example, the US. Yes, the US relies on Ericsson, for example, for the telecommunication part in the digital stack. Doesn't have a domestic vendor. So when you think about that, you actually have a dependence on countries. Europe depends on American technology to run almost all data centers, all operating systems, basically the full digital stack. Same thing here. We all depend on each other. So what you need to think about is, who do I trust to be my vendor? Who do I trust to be my partner? How do I build it up and ensure operational integrity? So using sovereignty sends us we can be independent, and I don't think so.
Now, I love your point about trust. Let's unpack it. It's an issue for every institution in the world, including the great institutions and enterprises in this room. How does Ericsson work to develop trust? And how do you think trust applies to our topic today of tech sovereignty?
Yeah, I think trust is fundamental. And it actually starts with the whole digital stack. How do I build up the full digital stack? You cannot, I think I would actually dare saying, you need to make sure for each country, and here Arvind and I are 100% aligned, technology is the key driver of prosperity in countries in the future. So can you depend on somebody else controlling your stack? No. So you need to make sure that you work with vendors you can trust, partners you can trust in building up that whole digital stack. And what we do is, of course, we work a lot on establishing that trust, which comes back to how we develop products, our standardization procedures, how we operate networks in the field, so our partners, our customers actually can trust us.
Now, Arvind, this is a very timely conversation. 3 weeks ago, IBM debuted IBM Sovereign Core, a new software foundation for sovereignty. And the big idea of IBM Sovereign Core is that sovereignty today now extends way beyond where data lives. Do tell.
Yeah. So first, also let me acknowledge, our words may be different, but in substance, Börje and I probably agree more than we disagree on this.
There's a spin, a little spin on twist.
So Sovereign Core, everyone is going to use public clouds, and public clouds by and large come from two nations. I believe it's an and every nation is going to have to run their own infrastructure in a way that's independent of control from any other country. So the question here is control, not so much where it comes from. Sovereign Core gives that control to a country that wants to run that stack in a way that nobody else can turn it off, can mismanage it, can steal data from it, can apply the wrong security to it, and so we want to leverage it. I would say, just building on the point that both Mike and Börje just made, we believe that trust gives us a license to operate. Without trust, none of our enterprise or government clients around the globe would accept using technology from us.
Börje, everyone in this room is a leader. Everyone here is an innovator. That's why you're here. A place that Ericsson is leading is 6G. And Ericsson is big on the next wave of mobile. Give us a sneak peek about 6G and what it will mean for our world.
Yeah, first of all, I think it's fair to say that we need to first build out 5G, and actually 5G standalone, because that will provide the starting point for 6G. And to be honest, there are very few countries around the world with actually a solid built-out 5G standalone. UAE happened to be one with a very robust SA network. You have it in a couple of other countries, China, the US, India, etc., but very few others. That's the foundation. But then what will happen with 6G is that it will be fully intent-based. So we will start to look at each application and decide what type of connectivity will it need. So if you have, for example, augmented reality glasses, it will decide I need low latency and I need a high uplink. And the network will respond to that. So it will be fully AI native and AI controlled network. So it's really where we can start to talk about everything being connected. That is what's going to happen with 6G. So it will be a very strategic asset to think about and be involved in. So all governments needs actually to start thinking already now on spectrum to make sure that you free up the spectrum that's going to be needed for 6G. So don't wait, get involved and get engaged.
Arvind, while we're on frontier technologies, you personally and IBM has been a leader in quantum technology. I'm going to ask you the world's shortest question. Science fiction, question mark, and when?
Engineering, no longer science fiction, 2 to 3 years from now. So that takes you to 2029 for the world's first, I wouldn't say the ultimate, the first quantum computers that will give you incredible commercial advantages.
And what are some examples of those advantages that our guests will relate to?
I think there's 3 use cases that will be within scope of the first quantum computers and then more later. First is in the world of materials. Design better lubricants, design better anti-corrosive coatings, design small molecules that could help in pharmaceuticals, maybe to penetrate the blood-brain barrier. So that gives you a sense on the first. So it's in the world of materials, because that is what quantum does down below. It does quantum chemistry. Second is in the world of finance. Better risk models, more real-time risk models, not depending on a week-old or a month-old simulations that have been done. And the third is going to be in the world of optimization, meaning can we design better routes? Could we help save a post office 5% of its fuel budget? Could we help cut down in logistics on the 30% of empty truck miles and empty containers that are there? Not fully, but a 5% savings is massive in terms of the global economy.
Börje, a term that Ericsson uses that was exciting to me is limitless connectivity. Yeah. Do tell.
We think of the future world, everything will literally be connected. Everything that can be connected will be connected. And not only that, we will start to add connectivity. So think about future AI models will rely on more sensor data. We'll have sensors everywhere. And when you start to put that together, you need a full connectivity fabric. And that's what we call limitless connectivity.
Backstage, we had a conversation about domain-specific models. Tell us your belief about where the AI conversation and advantage competition will be going.
I'll begin with the word "and." Large models are going to be very useful, and small models are going to do the majority of the work. Within small models, you're going to need domain-specific models. What do we mean by domain-specific? Models that may help model a given physical plant, models that will help do chemistry, models that will take advantage of knowledge that is baked into what they learn, as opposed to all contradictory information. So the moment you enter, especially a physical world, the model needs to understand and be based around a model of the physical world. In the end, I think there'll be a half dozen very large models, and they serve a big purpose, especially in the consumer world, and there's going to be hundreds, maybe thousands of small models that help provide a huge value to different enterprises.
Buri, our last question, and then Axios always ends with one fun thing, but our last question is, you are very bullish, you and I got to visit yesterday on humanoid robots, and you said there could well be a humanoid robot behind a reception desk. Tell us where you think that technology is and is going.
I think we're already starting to see humanoids. Of course, it's going to be very hard to replicate the picking motion, and I hear everyone telling me the humans are so much better at picking things up. True, but there are a lot of tasks we do that doesn't involve picking things up. So think about standing behind the reception desk to do a check-in, or it could be, a tour guide, it could be somebody working at the bank. All of these applications are actually use cases for humanoids, and I think we like to see a humanoid that's actually human-like. So when we start that journey, I think we will start to see those coming at scale, in 12 to 18 months. And when that happens, then I think we'll wake up.
We're getting the hook, a very subtle red timeout here. So as we say goodbye, Arvind, you love cars, and you once drove 145 miles an hour. Tell us about that.
On a Porsche racetrack in a 911 and on the final straight, which is about a quarter mile, that is when you test your own nerves.
We thank His Excellency, the World Government Summit, this great audience, our panelists, and I'll see you on Axios.com. Thanks for having us.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation with His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia. This session is moderated by Becky Anderson from CNN.
Well, a very good morning. Great to be helping kick off World Government's Summit. It's good to have you here. President Karis, a little warmer than at home?
Yeah, thank you very much for a warm welcome. And it's literally, back home it was minus 30 degrees Celsius. And here it's plus 20, so it's 50 degrees difference. So makes a change, yes.
Well, we're delighted that you're here. And you are uniquely positioned to address what are the critical issues of the intersection of AI and geopolitics. Estonia may be a small country, but it is one, if not the most advanced digital societies, one of the most advanced digital governments in the world. I just wonder, before we get on to sort of the sort of nitty-gritty and the deep dive on AI and geopolitics, what are the key pillars that have successfully driven Estonia's technological integration?
For us, it's like one of my ambassadors said, it's a cold coffee already. So we started in the 90s. And when we regained our independence, so we had to decide how to develop our small country. So either to copy somebody or do something differently. So, and we basically started from scratch. and we decided that innovation is one of the key issues, and we realized that digitalization is one of this. And we started so-called Tiger Leap, which means that we provided all internet, all schools, all over Estonia. So every child, every teacher could have an access to internet. And this did make a change. And of course, as I said, we started from scratch, but we still had banks from Sweden. So, and we did trust these bank cards, these plastic things, with our digital number on. So it was very easy to switch from bank to digital ID. So, and this was compulsory for all Estonians, this digital ID. Now it's not a plastic anymore, it's on my iPhones and everywhere, so we can use it basically everywhere. So this was, and we built trust to the banks, trust to the government, and also trust to these new technologies. So as our previous speakers here mentioned, also trust. So trust is extremely important if you really want to develop these kind of things, including nowadays AI as well.
So fast forward to 2026, and as a pioneer of digital transformation, how does Estonia tackle the challenges of digital sovereignty in the context of AI development and deployment, especially given the increasing global competition in technology?
Of course, Estonia is not competing with technology as such, but there are big companies, mostly from US, who develop all these AI platforms and so forth. What we can do is to put some new things into these platforms. And what we did, we started with so-called AI leap, another leap. So that means to provide ChatGPT specifically made for Estonian schools. And again, every school, every teacher could have this access to this specific AI tool. That means you don't get answers, but you have to ask questions, because students are very smart. So they use now ChatGPT to get all the answers, to write essays and so forth. So we had to do something differently. And this is now an ongoing project. We started from upper secondary school, because they are about to go to universities, and afterwards we are going to different companies and also in the public sector. So, and we started from September. Last September, and of course we had some courses for teachers, because students are much smarter than teachers. So we had to start from teaching teachers how to use this AI smartly, because the AI is everywhere.
Given the ongoing geopolitical tension, I just wonder what measures you are putting in place to ensure that Estonia's AI policies align with its very prescient national security interests at this point?
Of course, legal issues are important, and geopolitics makes a role, of course. And we see also AI has been used not only to attack enemies or other countries or populations, but also how to defend. So as cybersecurity, which we already started this issue in 2007 when we had the first cyber attack. So we did develop cyber security in Estonia, and we also have a NATO cybersecurity center in Estonia. But also how to defend, because there are so many different things like misinformation and cybersecurity I mentioned already. So AI is a very good tool to use it.
I mean, if Russia was to test NATO at this point, Estonia as a key frontline state and former Soviet republic is widely touted as a likely target, not least for cyber and intelligence disruption. And you have said that you have been victim of that over a series of attacks over the years. How big a threat is that to you at this point?
I mean, cyber security or cyber attacks are everywhere these days. It's not only a neighboring country. Yes, we were the first, and we realized it's also part of a modern war. So we had to defend ourselves. But we are next door to Russia, but doesn't mean that we are first to attack, because we are a member of NATO. We are also member of the European Union. But the whole Europe, and not only Europe, is neighbor of Russia. So these modern missiles, they travel very far. I mean, from Russia to Lisbon, if you want. So we all have to defend ourselves, and that's why we also build defense, not only being a member of alliance, but we put 5% on defense these days and encourage also other European countries to do the same.
We have trilateral, and I want to talk geopolitics for a moment. Trilateral talks between Ukraine, Russia and the US are scheduled to resume this week in Abu Dhabi. You've been clear that Russia should have no say in Ukraine's future. President Zelensky himself blasting Europe in Davos a week or so ago for its collective failure to stand up to Russia, endlessly talking about what needs to be done without doing anything about it, he said. Is Europe, sir, stuck in a doom loop at this point?
I mean, Europe has done a lot, but you have to realize that we have been a bit naive all these 30 or more years, and the Berlin Wall fell down. So we thought that everything, all the wars are over, and peace is present forever in Europe. That means we were not ready to this kind of war again. So we had to build up our defense. It takes some time, but I guess we do manage to do so. And of course, it's not only Europe alone. So we should work also together with the US. So I don't think that Europe alone is able to defend. Of course, we can. But I think that deterrence is more important than actual war. So we don't want to test this Article 5 for sure.
How do you respond to President Zelensky's, hypercritical speech on you?
But one has to understand that Ukraine is in war 4 years already. So, of course, presidents are getting a bit nervous, and they see that all the civilians are dying. So. At the same time, we have these peace talks, but at the same time, we see that the missiles, they attack schools, hospitals, and civilians. So this is a problem is a very weak word for that. So I have been to Ukraine several times. Actually, first time 2 days before it started in 2022, and a number of times afterwards. I have seen it myself. And of course, Russia is ready for this war of atrocity. I mean, that means, and this war attrition, that it's a huge country. And you see now that it's 1 to 5, 1 to 7, so that means more Russians are dying on the front line. That means Russia doesn't care about their own people.
What worries you most at this point? A frozen conflict, a bad deal, or a loss of Western resolve?
They're all very important, to be honest, but I'm not afraid of anything. If we do our job properly in Europe and in the Western world, then again, I mean, there are so many conflicts in the world. It's not only Ukraine. I mean, there are more than 40 conflicts. So, of course, Ukraine is closer to us, but there is also Gaza, there's South Sudan, there's Yemen. So there are so many conflicts all around the world. And these conflicts do affect us, everybody. It's not that the war in Ukraine, it's only a local issue. It's not. It does affect also people here in Arabic countries and so forth. So we have to stop the war. I think Ukraine wants most this peace. And of course, these peace discussions are going on already more than a year. So, and it always said that we are very close, we are very close. But it seems like Putin doesn't want this kind of peace. So he's extending, sitting behind the table. It's not a question of whether Zelensky or President Trump is sitting behind the table. We need Putin. And we don't see that he wants to be at this very moment.
I just want to ask you about the US president's position, because when a US president talks openly about taking control of Greenland, a NATO ally's territory, territorial concessions discussed between, or on the table, it seems, in potential peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. How damaging a message is that for the global order from your perspective?
It's not a very good message, to be honest. But you see, after this threat that the US is going to take over Greenland, now we are sitting down and discussing how to protect Arctic from Russia and also from China. So why didn't we start first to sit behind the table and discuss the matter? Of course, European countries and not only European countries did stand up against this idea to take Greenland over. So now we are sitting and discussing. So hopefully there is a result after these discussions. And of course, Greenland issue is a matter of Greenland people. So they have to decide.
Estonia, as I understand it, is analysing the feasibility of reducing its reliance on US tech companies such as Microsoft and Google and Amazon in public sector IT systems. And given your deep technological integration, your pioneering position in terms of digitization, what's the thinking behind that push?
As a small country, first of all, we are a very open economy. We have a very open economy, and we want to diversify. It's not a question of US big companies, but in general, we are now with our IT companies. I think we are present in 150 countries. So it's quite a big number for a small country. So it is important, and using AI as well. And I know Estonian company is using only AI to have contracts between companies. So no person is involved, no lawyer is involved, because it's a standard procedure and AI can do that. So, and these kind of things I guess we are very good at.
I want to talk finally about AI governance, because you're good at this stuff. So I want to get your perception about what it is that Estonia can, or role Estonia can play in a sort of wider policy and implementation of a wider sort of global AI policy. The US is rolling out an AI governance policy with a strong focus on national security, on critical infrastructure, and on long-term risk. This is an attempt, if you will, to make AI governable in practice. So I just wonder how smaller nations like your own can influence global AI policy making alongside these larger powers, particularly the US and Europe to a degree?
I mean, as a small country, we are kind of a sandbox. So we can do a number of pilots other people and other countries can learn from. And also, I mean, well, we might be very developed in certain things like digitalization and AI, but we have to realize that some countries are moving as well. We are doing the same thing, and sometimes we are doing even better. I mean, even within Ukraine, we provided our assistance how to digitalize public services and so forth. Now we are learning from Ukraine. And it's the same. I know in this country, I mean, it's very digitalized and very, very developed in that sense. So it's not that us only. And of course, bigger you are, I mean, might be slower in the very beginning, but later on you got resources, you got people, you got money, and you probably develop faster. That means we have to find something else to be first again.
So we started by talking about the fact that you're uniquely positioned to address what are these critical issues at the intersection of AI and geopolitics. So I'm just going to leave this discussion with this final question. Optimistic or a sense of pessimism as we enter what is only the second month of 2026?
I'm optimistic as far as AI and technology is concerned because my background is molecular genetics and gene technology, so I have been there already. And I know technology has its limits and there are rules and regulations. And I always say in Estonia at schools and universities, don't be afraid of uncertainty and unknown. So be motivated to use and use it smartly. The same applies to AI.
Well, the terms uncertainty and unknown are, I think, very apt as we move into 2026. It's been fantastic having you with me here on the stage at World Governance Summit today. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
President
It was my
Karas.
pleasure. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation titled, How Do We Keep the World Connected? With Guillaume Faury, CEO of Airbus. This session is moderated by Richard Quest from CNN.
Good morning, all. We have only 15 minutes, so there's no time for pleasantries, I'm afraid, but I know you'll forgive me for that. Guillaume, in an internal letter, which was never meant to be published, but as you know, there's no such thing as an internal letter that doesn't get published. How many employees have you got?
160,000 employees.
Right, so the moment you sent it to 160,000 employees, you knew it was going to be in the press. You said you exhorted Airbus for what solidarity and self-reliance for the company at a time of great difficulty for all companies, although you're doing very well at the moment. What did you mean by solidarity and self-reliance?
Well, I think I mean when it comes to solidarity, is working in a united way with a lot of collaboration in the company. The complexity of problems we have to solve requires involvement of a lot of functions and a lot of people exchanging information, being very fast across the world. Most of the problems we have to solve are really global. So that's for solidarity. And self-reliance means, well, we have to expect the solution to come from us. Don't expect things to be solved by themselves. There's so much to be done. So that was the call for collaboration in the company. That's what I meant.
But if you take the company Airbus, the core, I mean, you're doing remarkably well. The 320 range sells off the floor. I mean, pardon the pun, flies off the shelves. The 350 has been very successful. This is, if it's not exactly a golden age, it's not far off.
It's probably a golden age when it comes to the demand. The traffic is going up. The need for new aircraft, more fuel efficient, more competitive is very strong. So we have a record backlog of aircraft to deliver. But it's a very difficult times when it comes to supply chain. We have 3 million parts on our planes, and you have to make sure that each and every of these 3 million parts arrives on quality, on time. If not, you can't build a plane. And that's what we've been suffering from in the last 5 to 6 years, trying to recover from the challenges of the pandemic in a world that has become much more complex for global business.
Okay, let's do supply chain now then. Why has it been so difficult to rebuild the supply chain? Now, I know that during the pandemic, a lot of these highly qualified engineers or workers went off and did different things at the various suppliers, but they didn't all disappear. And you've had 5 years, or your suppliers have had 5 years to get them back and to rebuild their supply chain. Why is it, I mean, why?
Well, Richard, you're using the word rebuild the supply chain. The supply chain was built over decades.
Right, but where did they all go?
Well, as you know, some companies really went to very low level of productions for 18 months, 2 years during the pandemic. And they let a lot of people go in an industry that remains very much driven by individual skills and experience. So it took a lot of time for some of those companies to rebuild their ability to manage supply chain, to produce at rate, in the right level of quality. There was a lot of transfer of work around the planet given the challenges and the pressure on cost, and then inflation coming from the recent situation. So a lot of things changing in an industry that needs stability.
Do you see the supply chain issues getting appreciably better in the near future?
Well, first, it's got much better last year. 23, 24 were really very difficult. We saw in 25 a lot of problems being solved. Now, as I said earlier, if one of the 3 million parts is missing, you have a problem. So we have to go to the end of the recovery. We continue to ramp up quite quickly. So we continue to pull on the supply chain. We always putting more
Engines
pressure.
are the big part at the
And
moment.
I was coming to it today, in 2025 and probably 26 as well, engines have been the most difficult things to get.
I was talking to a CEO of an airline that shall remain nameless, who was going to an air show specifically to put pressure on you and or other suppliers to deliver the planes on time, because he knew that if he made the most noise, the squeaky wheel got the oil.
Well, that reflects the demand and the very strong demand we're in, and the difficulties to deliver on time given the supply chain issues. It's a good problem to have your customers asking for their product. But it's also a challenging one in the industry we're in.
If we talk about global issues, because you said, I mean, the one thing about Airbus and your competitor Boeing is you get hit by global issues, trade, tariffs. What was interesting on the tariff dispute and the current tariff dispute is that after an initial skirmish over aircraft and Delta flying its new planes around in Asia so it didn't have to pay the tariffs and this, that and the other, very quickly both sides agreed that planes were not going to be part of this punitive tariff regime, which speaks to the importance of aircraft.
Well, I was speaking about solidarity and unity and collaboration before. Tariff issue is really a problem that has been solved by speaking a lot, by collaborating both sides of the Atlantic. Actually, we're working in an aviation ecosystem that is very north transatlantic. The US industry depends a lot on the European industry and vice versa. So we quickly all came to the conclusions that tariffs were actually a lose-lose situation, and we've been able to make that point and have the tariffs back to zero. And I think that's better for the world, because there was indeed creating inflation, pressure, tension, and also additional reasons for delays in this industry, which is already under pressure.
Do you think because of the importance of aviation and the fact that you have these two giants, there is an element of mutually assured destruction if you start tariffing each other on planes, that it is sui generis?
Yes, yes.
Defense spending, we're rattling through it because I see we have little time. Defense spending and the ramp up in Europe, how will EADS benefit from that?
Airbus.
Yeah, Airbus. I'm old-fashioned.
Yeah, we changed the name like 10 years ago now.
But how will
Airbus,
the defense sector?
Yeah, Airbus. We have 20% of our turnover in defense. And actually, with this, we are the largest defense company in the EU. Okay? And we benefit from the growth in defense, from the demand, not only from European countries, but from countries around the world. Security now is really all over the place, and that's an area of focus from virtually all governments. We had record bookings in Airbus Defence and Space and helicopters coming from defense last year, and we see acceleration in demand. Now, in the part of defense we're in, platforms, complex systems, it takes time to go from order to delivery and to creating turnover, but we're clearly on a growth path in defense and helicopters. And if you add up the growth we have in commercial aviation, actually we're really on a path of growth on all our businesses.
How do you avoid complacency? Because at Airbus Commercial on the civil side, you reached a target that when Airbus was created, one could never really have dreamt of. I mean, not just parity with Boeing, but beat Boeing on sales and research, etc., etc. How do you avoid? The company nearly slipped a couple of times, fasteners on wings and things like that, but you managed to pull it back. How do you avoid that complacency?
Well, I think we've plenty of problems to solve that keep us humble. And indeed, it's a good point to make, but we are not in that place. We have so much to deliver. We have so many programs. We have so much pressure from our customers to deliver faster the products they want. We're involved in new developments which come with their challenges. So, but that's also part of the job of the leadership of my job, to make sure that everybody keeps the head down and focusing on problems. We don't have time to be complacent.
The next major civil project will be I mean, you might stretch the 220, or you might do this and that, but the next really big project will be a new short haul replacement for the 320, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
When will it fly?
So we will have to replace an aircraft that is a blockbuster, the most successful commercial aircraft in history. But this aircraft performed its maiden flight in 1987. So it's a platform that has been improved, that has been further developed over time, but we come to a point where a lot of technologies enable a significant step in performance, in fuel burn, in comfort of the passengers. So that's really something we're focused on. The aim is to, I will answer to your question, the aim is to launch the program by the end of this decade and enter into service the plane in the mid of the second half of the next decade.
Right, but what will it do? Because at the end of the day, it's the same sort of numbers in terms of passengers that it will carry. So how do you get the benefits from a completely rebuilt aircraft without doing a 737 MAX, stretching it, changing bits and changing things? Because you're talking about going back to the basic, going back to the drawing board.
No, basically we go to a new platform. So that's to the single aisle what the 350 has been for the wide bodies. It's a completely brand new platform designed from a blank sheet of paper, and you put all the technologies that you select for this platform. So you're not in the end of life of a product. On the contrary, you come to the beginning of life of a new one.
Do you believe that product will be able to be funded entirely by Airbus and its own funds, or will you have to go to member governments for, I mean, back to self-reliance, I suppose. Will you be seeking development funds for that?
Well, we're not at that point, and we're not in a situation where we need to find external fundings. The company can fund itself and is funding its own developments. Now we like to have risk-sharing partners in a development of that magnitude. And obviously, the most obvious risk-sharing partner or partners are the engine makers. They co-invest with us in the program, but we have other major suppliers, and we like as well to have the states having skin in the game in the way or the other. So we don't need funding, but we will be very happy to make sure that such a large project is not just the project of a company, but is the project of a large ecosystem.
Finally, there's a couple of minutes left. There are the two majors. Then you have Embraer, and you have a few others, and you have this, that, and the other, and you have the Chinese. Do you see the Chinese manufacturers becoming real competitors globally to you and Boeing in our lifetime for third-party country sales, third country sales?
Well, this is their ambition. The 919 is certified in China, is flying in China. We've seen large orders from major Chinese airlines already, and the aircraft is under certification process with the EASA in Europe. So obviously that's the ambition of COMAC and China to come to the party of civil aviation products, of civil aircraft, and we are taking them serious.
But that will, of course, the geopolitical difficulties will really hinder any prospects from them ever selling into the West. US, China, EU, China. But you'll never know, because if you just look at the latest EU-China trade deal, the UK-China trade deal, that could all change. Is that a concern? Not a concern.
As we said before, no complacency. And there is so much demand that there is probably room for other players. So COMAC is coming. COMAC has a product. They're very much depending on the Western supply chain. That's quite obvious, and it will take time for this to disappear. But the best way to be protected against an emerging competitor is to keep investing, to keep developing your products, and to stay ahead in terms of technology and offerings.
Final question. Project Sunrise, the flight from London, New York to Sydney with the A350,000 with its extra, what do you call it?
We call it the ULR.
When will it fly?
Project Sunrise. It will fly very soon, and in a few years you will be able to fly with Qantas very, very long distances commercially.
Will you be on it?
Of course I will.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled The Geopolitical Reset. This session is moderated by Hadley Gamble from IMI Media. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Once again, good morning, everybody. My name is Hadley Gamble. I am the Chief International Anchor for IMI, and it is thrilled for me to be here at the World Government Summit and interviewing these three gentlemen. I'd like to introduce them briefly. America's 70th Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. His Excellency Anwar Gargash, he's the diplomatic advisor, as you all know, to the President of UAE. And Fred Kemp, who is the CEO of the Atlantic Council. Gentlemen, welcome. We're talking about the geopolitical reset. I want to kick off with His Excellency. Our governments talk regularly. Do you believe that Donald Trump is going to hit Iran? Softball to start.
Well, I think, I don't know what's going on in President Trump's mind, but I can give you the view from the region, the view from the UAE. I think that the region has gone through various calamitous confrontations. I don't think we need another one, but I would like to see direct Iranian-American negotiations leading to understandings that we don't have these issues every other day. It is extremely important that many of the key issues that have rocked the bilateral relationship and has had an impact on the region, and foremost amongst them is the nuclear issue, is addressed directly, and that it doesn't become a source of instability and a source of questions like these every year or two. Thank you.
In your mind, is the Iranian regime closer to being neutralized than in the past? And what I mean by that is, are they, at least in your mind, not as close to obtaining that nuclear capability?
Well, I think from everything that I know, Iran today needs to reach a deal. I think Iran, on the one hand, has suffered geopolitically, and at the same time, its economy needs to rebuild itself, and to rebuild that, they need to rebuild their relationship with the United States. I think through reaching a deal, a political deal, a wider geostrategic deal that will actually be beneficial to the area, the Iranians are also helping themselves in ultimately what they need, which is rebuild their economy.
Mr. Secretary, you worked side by side with President Trump during the first administration. We understand that Steve Witkoff is going to be meeting with his Iranian counterpart in Istanbul in just a few days from now. Do you believe they'll get a deal done?
Oh, goodness. First of all, it's great to be with you all. Second, when I talk about Iran, I always like to do full disclosure. They're still trying to kill me, so I'm biased, for sure. $1 million bounty on my head, which my wife thinks is a little low. No, it's unimaginable that there can be a deal, to me. We've had a deal with the Iranians multiple times. They have cheated and lied and avoided compliance with every deal they've signed. I watched President Trump. I was there. I recommended to the president that he withdraw from the previous nuclear deal that we had agreed to under President Obama. I think they may come away with some set of understandings, but to think that there's a long-term solution that actually provides stability and peace to this region while the Ayatollah is still in power is something I pray for but find unimaginable.
In your mind, do you believe that we'll see Donald Trump pull another Venezuela in Iran?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, we're all sitting in the middle of lots of American firepower today, right? As we're here. My observation is that previously when President Trump has done that, when there have been large-scale deployments and in the end he wasn't able to achieve his objective, he has used that to try and create further leverage to get what it is he's hoping for. And I always go back to this. It always sounds so punitive or harsh, and I agree with Dr. Gargash. Iran would be wise to find a way forward that is fundamentally different. Wise not just for America and for the region, but for the Iranian people. it's hard for me to see the current leadership, the current regime actually change in that way. And so I think President Trump will continue to be determined to try and drive that. All we had asked was exactly what Dr. Gargash spoke to. Just like, be normal. Like, we're not asking them to do anything special, anything different. You know, we've had long conversations about the Emiratis on enrichment inside of their country, right? Big fights on the 123 agreements. To think we're going to allow Iran to enrich, something that they have continued to demand their right to do, is not something I think they will give up on, and not something I think President Trump will walk away from as a demand either.
So, Fred, Iran on the ropes. We've seen what the president was able to accomplish with Venezuela. An overwhelming majority of Venezuelans, by the way, as we know, support his move there. In your mind, how is this playing back at home? Because in one sense, it seems as if the president is winning, but those are in his own party. Many of them are unhappy with the way that the president is dealing with the world.
So first on Iran, the regional spoiler is in deep trouble, and so the president is looking at a situation where Iran is naked in defense, has shown it can't really effectively hit Israel, number one. Number two, its proxies are down. The Hamas and Hezbollah, Houthis less so, but also in trouble. So regional behavior is gone. Third, its economy is in really bad shape, terrible shape. And fourth, you have a president who understands that this is a moment in time where you can change Iranian behavior one way or the other. And I don't think he's going to leave Iran before he has a way to do that, whether it's through talks, or at least he's going to do it through talks or through other means. And I understand their intelligence is pretty good about what's going on in Iran. In terms of how it plays at home, you know, whenever the president has a success, it's going to help him. On the other hand, his base is saying, well, look at our affordability problems, look at all the things you promised to do when you became president, and are you not focusing a little bit too much on international affairs? But the president sees that's where his legacy is going to be. And so he's made, he's brought NATO to a higher range of spending. Maduro is gone as leader of Venezuela. He talks himself about ending, 8 wars. He's looking at the Nobel Peace Prize. So if you're looking at the rest of your term, inflation up or down is not going to make your legacy, while foreign affairs is probably more likely to. So I think he stays on the track.
So he's looking for the Nixon moment.
Even though it will make his base unhappy, and we're going into midterm elections in November, where the Republicans are more than likely to lose the House of Representatives.
Beyond Iran, Your Excellency, I have to ask you specifically about what we've been seeing over the last several months on social media channels and on traditional media channels as well, right here in the region, and that is a lot of anti-UAE rhetoric. When is this country going to fight back?
Well, I think we have to sort of separate the noise from the reality. I think that if you look at a lot of the anti-UAE rhetoric, it's really a potpourri of different excuses for our regional role. It is our economic success. It is our program of diversity, and so on and so forth. I think the main thing is as I said, to separate the noise from reality. If you go a little bit step higher than social media, you don't see so much of that there. So a lot of these are bots, etc. Let me give you just a small example here. I was reading a message that said we were getting 45,000 hate tweets every day on the Sudan issue and on our position in Sudan. And suddenly Yemen was an issue, and suddenly the Sudan bots were reduced from 45,000 to 3,000 a day. So the whole group moved on to another file. I think the UAE will actually continue to be a trailblazer in the region. I think we will pursue economic policies that are quite ambitious. We will diversify. We will continue creating a very diversified society and economy. We understand also the world today is not only multilateral but also multipolar. We will try and make it more multilateral rather than multipolar by building friendships and by building networks, etc. I think we will also continue championing the issue of peace in the region through the Abrahamic Accords and others. And we will also continue in addressing also extremism, whether it's from the Muslim Brotherhood or others. Now, if you have a program like that, ambitious and forward-looking, then expect a lot of criticism. So you either do the right thing or you can, dig a hole and stay in your hole. So we will not dig a hole and stay in the hole. We'll do the right thing.
Mr. Secretary, we've seen U.S. President Donald Trump catching a lot of flack from European leaders in the last couple of weeks at Davos. Opinions were divided. If you were at the USA House, people were extremely proud of the U.S., and I think elsewhere people were looking askance, perhaps. During the first administration, I was there at the NATO meeting when President Trump essentially said to NATO leaders, you're not spending enough, and you're in deep trouble when it comes to energy security.
I was there too.
You were there too. In your mind, is this what the president's looking for? A reset with Europe that forces them to confront their own reality?
I think you have to place this in context of his vision, right, for how he thinks about security and deterrence, right? He stares at the problem in Europe and says something that just annoys the hell out of the Europeans, for sure, right? He says,
truth?
What he says is, hey, Vladimir Putin didn't invade Europe on my watch. He invaded under President Obama. He took Crimea, and then he didn't for 4 years, and then he went back at it again when I left. And you can say it's good luck. I've had people tell me it was, my Christian faith. But in the end, it was a deterrence model that I think worked. And he stares at Europe and says, get your act together. And not only spend more of your money on things related to security, right? We talk about 2% or 5% of GDP. That's great. But the most important thing, and Dr. Gargash, you hit on this, the most important thing is continuing to move our economies forward. That's, in the end, how you really get peace, is to have a growing economy, and Europe has demonstrated a consistent inability to achieve that. And he is trying to drive them to say, you can run a social welfare state, but if you're going to turn to the United States to bail you out of those decisions about how you run your own government, those days are behind us. And I don't think it means a break with Europe. I don't think it means that the transatlantic alliance is lost. I think that's the CNN, BBC narrative. I think the reality is he's trying to convince them that the world has moved past those models of governance, that you need to take responsibility for security for your own nation. And when you do, we will continue to work with all of our friends, our Emirati friends, our friends in Europe, to deliver the very peace and security that is driven by a deterrence model that demonstrates a fundamental resolve and seriousness about your own nation's security in a way that Europeans I guess I was a young soldier 40 years ago. For 40 years have failed to do.
Your Excellency, a few years ago, when President Putin invaded Ukraine, many across the world considered Vladimir Putin to be the greatest threat to global stability. Today, if you speak to many on the American left and many in Europe and many around the world, they'd say Donald Trump is the greatest threat to international stability. In your mind, what is the greatest threat to stability today, globally?
Well, I think it depends. I mean, if you look at it globally, the relationship between the United States and China is a major, indicative issue for all of us. As long as that relationship is managed well, as long there is a clear, I won't say partnership, but it's controlled competition, etc., then I think this is an important part here. Managing that relationship is important. Recent, for example, discussion about nuclear weapons remains, I think, very much tangible. I mean, the way that nuclear weapons have been controlled in the 70s and 80s through a series of discussions and agreements, I think we should address that. I think within our region, we have to find, a way forward on the Palestinian issue, because that, I think, is extremely important and core. And I think this should be done through political processes. It cannot be done through confrontation, as we've seen time and again. And I think also from the UAE's perspective, we have to understand also that the world is also changed. So in many ways, many countries will actually hedge their bets. Many countries will build a lot of relationships. So again, a country like the United States, which is core to many of its friends' security and many of its friends' economy, is a relationship we have to maintain. And that relationship also has to be tangible, it has to be credible. So a lot of things, I think, in the question that you asked.
Sir, I have to ask you, just a few days ago, there was a rumor circulating that the UAE would do civilian administration in Gaza. And I just wanted to ask you, is that something that's on the table and being discussed?
No, well, we've come out with a refutation of that. So it's not true, but we will be very much engaged. We were the major donor, really, to humanitarian donor to Gaza during 2 years of difficult period. We put about 45% of all aid to Gaza. So we will continue. But again, we don't have what I would call a UAE agenda in Gaza. We have to work with the Palestinians. We have to work with the Egyptians, the Israelis, the Jordanians, and of course, an American leadership is key, really, for achieving a sort of, I won't say sustainable solution at this time, but moving on with the part 2 of President Trump's plan, and hopefully looking at a brighter landscape following that.
Turkey's foreign minister just a few days ago told me that Turkey would consider putting boots on the ground in Gaza. Does that worry you?
Well, again, in my opinion, this needs the agreement of various parties. So I would see that this is still hypothetical because, any country can come and say, I will do this or do that. But ultimately, you have to have agreement because
consensus.
you have to have consensus because you want those boots actually to be part of a bigger orchestra. You don't want it to be a sort of lone player. And I think this is what we need to do. We all need to work together in Gaza in order to come out from an aftermath that has been a total disaster, and recognize also that the way forward is political and the way forward is addressing Palestinian statehood and Israeli security at the same time.
Mr. Secretary, I have to ask you specifically about Syria. This is an administration that seems to have put all its eggs in President al-Shara's basket. Is that a good idea?
Oh, goodness. Well, he's the leader there today, and so we root for leaders to do well and to stamp out the Muslim Brotherhood and extremists and to allow Kurds and Druze and Christians and Muslims in Syria to live their lives and to be tolerant.
But you've been critical.
I wrote a piece. I bet what I am is distrust and verify. Right? I've known of Mr. Shar for a long time. When I was a CI director, it's no mistake, right? We had a $10 million bounty on his head. He was an Al-Qaeda terrorist. And we all hope that he's going to lead Syria to a better place. It's important for the region, right, to get regional stability in Syria. And so I'm rooting for him. I'm happy to, I hope we all do our part to help him be successful at bringing a very fractured nation back together so that, pick the number, 5 to 7 million people who were refugees from Syria can one day return to their homes. But it's a very difficult task for anyone, and someone with the history that he has, I think makes it even more complicated for him to be successful. But he's the leader today, and we all should hope that he's able to pull off what it is he has stated his intentions are.
And just to wrap us up, Fred, if we're all here living in hope, in your mind, does President Trump have any shot at the midterms, or is this going to be a total wash for the Republicans?
So I don't think he's looking to the midterms. I think he'll lose the House in midterms. I think he really is looking to history. And the question for me is, how will we remember Donald Trump? So if you look at presidents and what outlasts them, you look at Franklin Delano Roosevelt, New Deal liberalism. It's with us to this day, and he won World War II. If you look at Ronald Reagan and internationalist conservatism, with us to this day, a little bit on its hind feet at the moment. I think it's going to make a comeback, and we won the Cold War. What will Trumpism be? Is it going to be institutionalized and structured? And then it could be a little bit more lasting, and some of its aspects could be more lasting, or is it going to be personalized and improvisational? And then you might see a lot of what Trump has introduced being reversed relatively quickly. Some things won't be reversed. I think tariffs stay in place. I think that we ask more of our allies. I think we're going to want to spend less on defense for the Middle East and Europe and look more at China. But I think the next 2 years are really going to be about what is his historic legacy going to be, and I think it's uncertain.
Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary Fred, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ الجلسة التالية بعد قليل. نرجو من حضراتكم البقاء في أماكنكم.
Distinguished guests, the next session will begin shortly. We kindly ask you to remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a main address by His Excellency Taye Atske Selassie, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
A very good morning. I know my time is counting, and would highly appreciate it if you can stop it. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply grateful to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, President of the United Arab Emirates, and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of UAE, for the kind invitation to address this important gathering where world and thought leaders assemble to deliberate on the trials and hopes of our time. It is my distinct honor to address the World Government Summit on matters that are pertinent not only Ethiopia, but also the future of the African continent. Geopolitical power is shifting, and the conventional trust on multilateral system is fast eroding, triggering a state of uncertainty. For the Global South, and particularly for Africa, this is a period of defining moment of self-introspection. While disruptive change challenges the old order, innovation in renewable and sustainable energy, artificial intelligence, and digital finance are providing us with the tools to leapfrog decades of developmental hurdles. For Africa, this changing environment is a clarion call. We don't see ourselves as a mere observers for global change, but as architects of our future and our destiny. Today, inter-Africa trade is ready to transformative shift through the critical implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. With its full implementation, we would be consolidating a market of 1.3 billion people with a collective GDP exceeding 3.4 trillion US dollars. This is more than an economic pact. It is one of the flagship initiatives of the African Union's Agenda 2063 that forge a strategic framework for inclusive and sustainable socio-economic development. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area mechanism builds regional production networks by eliminating 90% of tariff barriers. Excellencies, as Africa's economy future is being shaped by integration and cross-border connectivity, success stories are emerging in the continent. The North-South corridor connecting Dar es Salaam to the copper belts of Africa, the Central Corridor linking the Great Lakes region to the seacoast, Lapset Corridor connecting Kenya, South Sudan, and Ethiopia, and the recently inked multi-million-dollar project connecting Ethiopia with South Sudan remain pillars of African connectivity strategy. These routes are not just asphalt and railways, they are the veins and arteries of regional cooperation. To boost its own and Africa's industrial upgrade, Ethiopia is focusing on three strategic pillars. The first one is Ethiopia's strong belief in energy as a regional catalyst. With the full operation of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which is built by Ethiopia's own resource, unlike some claim. We are now generating over 6,000 megawatts of clean power. This is part of our Pan-African connectivity plan. The second one is Ethiopia's right path towards food self-sufficiency. We have transformed from a wheat importer to Africa's largest wheat producer through heat-resistant varieties and strategic irrigation. Last year, our coffee production reached 640,000 tons of coffee. We have planted 8.5 billion seedlings of high-quality coffee, of premier coffee quality to be available to the world. It may be our little contribution for everyone to start the day with a good spirit of the premium coffee. The third one is to further expand Africa's air connectivity. Ethiopia is currently constructing a $12.5 billion US international airport with a capacity of 110 million passengers and over 3 million tons of cargo per year. Excellencies, Africa has made encouraging progress over the last decade. However, the path ahead remains steep and difficult. Our aspirations are vast, and yet bridging the gap between our vision and implementation remains daunting, widened largely by a chronic lack of capital. And in particular, financing infrastructure projects has become very difficult. Therefore, to close this divide, we have started empowering our financial institutions and strengthening innovative public-private partnership. We are very much encouraged to see the African private sector, our innovators and entrepreneurs are rising to the occasion and investing in our collective future. Furthermore, the stability and reliability of our gateways are paramount. For example, for Ethiopia, the security of the Red Sea corridor is not only critical, but also it is vital artery to 12% of the global trade. This indeed demands an urgent and collaborative framework, an arrangement or mechanism unburdened by strategic gains and parochial geo-economic interests. Excellencies, before I conclude, I would like to emphasize on two critical issues of importance that Africa attaches in its relation with the rest of the world. The first one is trust. I believe earlier today, the CEOs of IBM and Ericsson mentioned about trust, rightly so. In our case, beyond development prosperity, we believe that we have to address issues related to trust and dependability in forging our collective aspiration. New sets of emerging issues ranging from artificial intelligence to mega infrastructure and biotech can only be impactful if they are anchored in understanding and rooted in trust. For too long, African countries have navigated relationships that are disappointingly and sometimes frustratingly asymmetrical and lopsided. Ethiopia's experience is a sobering example. We are a long-time partner within the AGOA eligible framework. We built state-of-the-art industrial parks and manufacturing hubs, believing that we would be able to tap the opportunities offered. Yet, the rug was pulled out from under our feet for a completely different and unrelated reason. When our eligibility was drawn, we ended up employing over 50,000 women where their entire livelihood depended on. The second one, excellencies, is Africa's long and held belief, and it's called to be on the right side of history. In today's fragmented global governance, we see a disturbing trend towards unexpected disruption, often precipitated by overriding principles. Some may have the right to be wrong because they have the cushion and validation, sometimes wrongly, of power. Africa doesn't have the luxury of making mistakes. Every step we take demands a thorough and painful introspection. This is precisely why we are approaching this global transition with such depth and gravity. We are examining every step to assess the impact of the transition while simultaneously engaging in self-examination necessary to ensure we maximize the benefits. Sometimes we find ourselves in a very awkward position when we were told to choose friends or foes. Africa's position is clear. That is, one should not be pressured or be compelled to choose. We may not necessarily be an ally in every geopolitical drive, but we are glad to align and reconcile our position based on shared and mutual interests, because history has informed us that today's presumed adversaries could be our partners in progress. Our survival and continuity as human beings is based on shared interests. If shared interests diverge, we have developed the patience and tolerance to wait it out until it passes, or negotiate until we collectively realize that working together outweighs moving only in one's own interest. The Ghanaian novelist, late 1960s, I.R. Maha, while searching for an immaculate and an uncorrupt political leader amongst his own friends, and when he found none, he famously wrote, "The beautifuls are not yet born." In his intellectual evocation, he lamented that the beautifuls are not yet born. This is often cited regarding Africa and its unfulfilled promise. But today, I want to understand it through the prism of the world at large. The beautiful version of our collective human progress, one that is genuinely inclusive, equitable, caring, and stable, may not yet be born. Some say that the labor has only begun. Nonetheless, we are encouraged to see young leaders, courageous political leaders, innovators in the midst of us who believe in power of ideation, are ready to bring about the world we want to see. In the meantime, the resistance coming from those who are stuck in the past, which we are not short of them, particularly in our region, and unwilling to embrace the new ideas, will continue to be the cause of our collective agony. Finally, we are encouraged to see that some in the developed world are beginning to see the world not as they wish it to be, but as it actually is. A very phenomenal shift and progress. For Africa, we have the plan, the policy, and the leadership. This is the moment for genuine partnership. Let's build a future where global governance is not a tool of exclusion and exploitation, but a bridge for mutual survival. Africa is ready. Ethiopia is ready to connect and ready to thrive in our own will as an equal partners to the world. Thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation titled, Is Growth a Policy Choice or an Investment Decision? With His Excellency Mukhtar Diop, Managing Director of the International Finance Corporation. This session is moderated by Hadley Gamble from IMI Media.
Once again, good morning, everybody. So some interesting conversations already this morning. One of the things that I picked up from my panel a little bit earlier was Fred Kemp's suggestion that President Trump, following his departure perhaps from office, that's still slightly uncertain as we know, that tariffs won't be something that gets rolled back. And given our conversation this morning, I just wanted to get your assessment of, there's always the moniker essentially that you can't tax your way to growth. In your mind, can you tariff your way to growth?
Let me talk about what is important for investors and what takes country to growth. One of them is certainty. So uncertainty is always something that is difficult to manage for policymakers and for investors. So we've been focusing our work at the World Bank Group to try to reduce the level of uncertainty for investors, particularly when it comes to emerging markets. And what we are doing is that we are trying to work on reform, which are sustainable reform, but also to push countries to stay the course, because it's easier to be able to respond to short-term decision, to short-term impact. And I think that we need to have that conversation around tariff, around that. What is a long-term decision? What is a short-term decision? And how countries can stick to the fundamentals of their policies, which is to have good macroeconomic situation and have a rule of law and an environment which is good. For emerging market, what we have been doing is we had put together what we call the Private Sector Investment Lab, where CEOs of the most investors and funds sat around the table and told us a little bit what was the condition under which they could invest in emerging market. It's interesting to hear what they were saying. What came out from it is that they want guarantees. Secondly, they want predictability in policy. Local currency came out very strongly. And help have an institution, we can help them navigate the complexity sometimes of some of the dialogue with government. And it's a little bit the way we've been organizing our work lately, by focusing really very much on that long-term vision that country can have, building the buffer which allows you to have the resilience when there are shocks like the coronavirus, but also to think about the implementation of it, because one of the challenges in the emerging market is that often on paper, laws are telling you one thing, but in practice, when you talk to the investors, they tell you that things are moving in a different direction. Lastly, to better use our balance sheet to de-risk investment. When investors are going in geographies that they don't know, the first thing that they're interested in knowing is that if things go differently, will I have a guarantee? Sideways, will I have a guarantee? Will I have been covered? And we have really put a lot of efforts now with the unified platform guarantees that we put in the World Bank Group and MIGA to do that. Secondly, we are taking more and more risk on our balance sheet. Now we are taking more and more junior positions, and we are trying to help countries with de-risking also with some grant money that we make available. So these kind of things that we are doing to navigate that situation.
You're used to looking at emerging markets and developing markets. What advice do you have for developed markets when it comes to de-risking the Trump administration? Because a lot of people are concerned about, as you were saying, policy changes, what that means for their business, what that means for investment.
I'm not the best place to advise the policymakers. I think they're dealing with that every day, and each of them find a way to address those challenges. But what I found that was been a common thread is to reach a point of stability and predictability. Today, we saw, for instance, India had some adjustment on their tariff, another country. What is a common thread of all these countries, which I've been discussing it, is try to quickly get at a point of predictability and stability at the level. I think it was less the level than the predictability in the dialogue, because that allows investors to be able to make the long-term decision that they need, and policymakers to be able to also to have the foresight in the policy making.
Are you concerned that governments aren't prepared for the job loss that AI is going to create?
I think the world which we have totally different type of shocks. We are used to commodity shocks. If you look at, for instance, IMF, they had batteries of tools that were put in place to help addressing those shocks. I used to work there, and it was a time of all these commodity prices. We have shocks like COVID, which was also another type of shock. And we have those climate change shocks, and now we have this type of shock. So I think that what is happening now is that you have a lot of heterogeneity in the type of shock and a lot of simultaneity in the shocks, which means that bottom line, you need just to build some resilience in your macroeconomic situation, in your reserve, so that you can react to these shocks, which are not the type of shocks that we used to have and which come now as together.
Do you think that governments are banking this in terms of the worry about AI and job loss? Because obviously it's not something we can quantify yet. And we heard Jamie Dimon just a few weeks ago at Davos talking about governments have to create incentives for corporates so that they don't shed jobs at such an alarming rate.
I think that we have, let's say, we have big AI and small AI. That's why we call it. If you look at for emerging markets, small AI is always application of AI which will make a difference. For instance, a farmer in an African country can now take his phone and look at a plant and know exactly what type of fertilizers they need. This is small AI, and we will increase a lot of productivity. The way of learning is changing, particularly in low-income countries where you have access now to much more knowledge and be able to do that. So we don't talk a lot about that side of AI, which is in fact job creating, which is creating conditions of higher productivity of labor force. We didn't have access to a certain number of tools. And now if you turn to more advanced economy, I think that it will be a different type of job, a different type of jobs being created. I think that in sector like health, we still need the human touch in handling the elder population and so forth. It will help in accelerating the diagnostics and reducing the cost of health services, because you will have much more precision medicine, which is developed by genomics. And actually, UAE is a good case because they have been doing a lot of work around that. So I think that we'll be having some productivity gain around health and so forth, and allowing people to work longer, but in different type of works. Mm-hmm. So I think it will be sometimes replacement, it will be sometimes substitution of the labor force in different type of work.
Tell me this, there's been a lot of conversation, particularly in the last few months, about the health of the US dollar and the flight to gold. In your mind, how damaging is this when we talk about the health of the US dollar? The dollar is the world's reserve currency. It's a slippery slope.
I think that we should be careful not to react too quickly to short-term movement on the market. We have seen gold prices spiking, we see them going down. So I think that you will have volatility when you have this type of shocks. And it brings me to the previous point I made. It's the nature of the shock, a shock that people were not anticipating. So it's quite normal that the market have some volatility in the short term, and I will not draw conclusion at this stage from a drastic conclusion like the substitution of the dollar as reserve gold for dollar. I think that we need to have much more a longer period of time to be able to have a judgment. And I think that the central banks also are looking at it. It's a set of issues. Digital currency is another question which is important. So in the way you are looking at monetary policies, the way you are looking at market operation is different because you have a lot more innovation coming there, being digital currency, beyond cryptocurrency, between the evolution of the dollar and so forth. So I would say, let's give a year of a little bit when all this settle a little bit, and you have also the geopolitics, some stability in some situations which are a bit volatile, to be able to draw a bit more conclusion. I think that doing it now would be a bit hasty, in my view.
So in wait-and-see mode.
Absolutely.
And finally, when you take a look at this from an investor-specific perspective, where are you seeing the most interest?
Electricity, energy. Whoever you talk to, he talk to you about energy. And I think that when you talk about electricity, we need not only to think about generation, but there is something that people don't talk enough about is transmission and distribution. I think that with the volume of electricity being generated and will be generated, we need to look at that segment, because even in more advanced countries, we are seeing huge needs of investment in transmission and distribution because the systems are not ready to take So energy comes number one, critical minerals, obviously, and we are working at the World Bank Group a lot on this. Right now, we had recently signed 2 transactions in lithium in Argentina. We work on copper, etc. And we are trying to also help countries that are producing a lot of these critical minerals to also think about diversifying their economy. For instance, in Africa, we are working currently around the Lobito corridor, which we allowing to move mining productions, but we would like to ensure that country takes that opportunity to develop the agricultural sector around that corridor so that they have that diversity in their economy and not rely only on mineral. And lastly, working with country about having a primary transformation of these minerals when the conditions are met.
And what's the greatest danger there, that the infrastructure just isn't in place to take full advantage?
You need infrastructure, but you need policy. Let me give you an example. I will not name those countries, but there are countries where people are invested in railways, but the railway gets to the border and stuck there for 2 weeks because there are bureaucratic decisions that needs to be made. So as much as we emphasize and talk about logistics, about investment in infrastructure, we should be talking also about policies that we allow country to be able to trade. And I think that you have a very good example of the potential of innovation in logistics. We have companies like DP World, Abu Dhabi Port, all these institutions which are here are kind of at the forefront of innovation in terms of logistics and being able to reduce the cost of transactions.
So the policymakers just have to get their act together.
Absolutely.
As usual. Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Hey, thanks so much. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، نستكمل باقي الجلسات في هذه القاعة ظهر هذا اليوم. إلى ذلك الحين يمكنكم حضور الجلسات الأخرى المنعقدة بالتوازي في القاعات المخصصة لها. شكرا لكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our sessions in this hall this afternoon. In the meantime, you may attend other breakout sessions taking place at the dedicated halls. Thank you.
something. Let's be honest. During the last year or 2 years, the world has changed. There is on the trade side, and not only on the trade side, turmoil. And of course, now the need of dealing, I don't want to say bilaterally, but region to region in terms of trade, it's more important than a few years ago. In particular, as Europe, we are experiencing an era where the globalization is not there like 10 years ago. The WTO rules are totally disrupted. And even for this reason, you see, in my opinion, a political push for closing as soon as possible the trade agreements. And as you were saying, there is always a mutual interest. And the momentum is here because this new geopolitical scenario at trade level, at political level, is creating and is paving the way for creating a good end of this process. But I would like to say many of these trade agreements were stuck for decades, even because, in my opinion, this is my opinion, I'm not speaking on behalf of the EU, many countries in the world were not feeling the need of having the trade agreements because the globalization rules were ruling the market. Now everything has changed. And as you can see, not only Europe, but all the world is not immune. And the US tariff policy, in a way, is a wake-up call. And so we are, I have to say, we are delivering according to this wake-up call, because even with India, with Mercosur, we were stuck since decades. So inshallah, let's hope that now the focus will be on the GCC countries and the GCC organization.
Well, I hope we Luigi and I, next year, sit next to you and tell you which chapter we have discussed and which chapter we have finished and where are we stuck. But it is truly unpredictable. The main purpose, as I said before, of the FTA is to chaperone this relationship, not to regulate it, not to teach lessons, not to force values or measures or action from one side to another side. It is business to business, trade to trade. This is very important to comprehend. We, with some countries, with X and Y countries as GCC, from the first year, we've finished 80–90% of the FTA, and we're about to finish with them very, very soon. Maybe this year we can finish. With other countries or with other partners, before we even go into the TOR or before we go into the first negotiations, we're stuck. We're stuck because there are certain, I'm being very honest, and Luigi knows exactly what I mean. There are things and issues that we don't think they are related to trade that are forced into the agreement. And this is where we truly get stuck. It's not the trade issue. It's not the 1 + 1 = 2 that keeps us or holds us back. It's the other issue that remain extremely sensitive for the member states.
And Excellency, you said something now very interesting, which I was not really planning on asking, but since you mentioned it, you said something, they should not force, and they should not force values on us. This is about business and trade to trade. I wonder if you could elaborate, there's also a European audience here, what do you mean by that?
You mean, what I mean is when we discuss trade, we would like to discuss trade and to introduce other issues and to put them on the table and say this equals this doesn't really open our appetite, nor does it encourage us to move forward in this FTA. This is as much as I can explain because we are still in the early stages. But I can hint
So you're
away
saying there's perhaps politics and ideas of the world, and then there's the trade, and the two should be separate.
Exactly. And we were surprised with them. We were really surprised with them. We've concluded few FTAs, and we are in the process of concluding and negotiating some FTAs. and none of these issues are inside the FTA. So it kind of brings us a little bit backstep. But we do believe and understand that our colleagues in the EU, and Luigi is one of them, will champion us and will understand the sensitivities and the issues that makes us hold back.
And it's always a mutual understanding, because as Jasmine was saying, even on our side, sometimes we are surprised, because how does it work? As European Union, we first listen to our companies, the interest of our economic actors, and then we propose some kind of chapters in our free trade agreements. For instance, about harmonizing the public procurement rules, because our companies are looking for a better business environment, for harmonizing the export duties rules, because our companies, but even our government, are looking for a mutual beneficial approach even on the energy sector. And we are stuck even on these issues, not only on the sustainable trade chapter. So it's always a mutual understanding and a compromise. A negotiation is always about a compromise. And I have to say that many of those standards are present in the final and closed trade agreements with India, with Indonesia, with Mercosur. So it's feasible. And sometimes with these countries, we are at different stages of industrial policy, let's say that. No, we see even when we have this climate diplomacy meeting, climate conference, the COP, we see with India, for instance, sometimes we are not perfectly aligned, but we managed to have a free trade agreement. So I think it's feasible. But I would say, and then I stop here, even on projects like IMEC and other corridors and connectivity, we should go ahead. For instance, in the MOU for IMEC is written that the first ever high-level meeting of IMEC has to be called by a GCC country. Let's have it. Let's go ahead. Now that we have a free trade agreement, EU, India, in the middle there is this fantastic and dynamic economy of the GCC, and we want to deal more with the GCC because this corridor is the future of our relations. But as I said, if it depends only on Jassim Abu Dhabi, we would be there already. But the situation is a little bit more complex.
And Mr. Di Maio, just as a follow-up question, I have covered the European Union for more than 10 years. And there was a time in which the European Union did speak about a union of values, and values that were intrinsically attached to the European project. It seems to me in the past year, however, well, since Liberation Day, of course, to put it out there, the EU is now much more focused on business. The approach is, there are things that we're never going to agree on because we see things differently, but let's not let the 80% that we agree on go to waste. Is that the approach that you will have in the talks in 2026?
Honestly, if I look at the final text of these free trade agreements just closed, I see at the same time a very pragmatic approach and at the same time keeping those standards there. Because at the end of the day, my opinion, you covered the European Union for a longer time than me. But in my opinion, the perception is worse than the reality when you have this kind of negotiations. Because at the beginning, it seems that we have a push about unfeasible things. But once, as I said, politically, we close the doors, we discuss, and then we say to our technical teams, please deliver about what we politically agreed, the things go ahead. And this is my, let's say, wish and the perspective for the next year. I hope to see the highest political levels meeting as soon as possible for going ahead, because the momentum is here.
And just lastly, we could go on for another hour, but just as a final question, if we were to give this a percentage of certitude, and that's very difficult, that next year the talks will accelerate and gain momentum, and what type of probability would you give to this FTA with the GCC to happen in 2026? And then is it the preference to engage with the entire region, or would you say bilaterally that's also okay?
I don't know about percentage. Honestly, it is negotiations, and I would say 50-50 to be on the safe side. I am more of a multilateral person, and I would love to see block-to-block FTA. because it would benefit everybody. When you negotiate by yourself, you don't have the same strength as if you negotiate as a group. This is my own opinion. But it is the prerogative of each country, and it's their sovereign right to do whatever they want to do, and then we can follow suit. I can give a live example. The United Arab Emirates concluded a bilateral FTA with South Korea. 6 months later, the GCC, including the United Arab Emirates, concluded an FTA with South Korea. So it's doable, it's manageable. But my personal opinion, I think a bloc to bloc is much more beneficial.
Thank you. For answering your question, as I said at the beginning, even when we have a bilateral track, like the only one ongoing is EU-UAE, is a building block. We look at that as a building block for the regional one. Even because I fully agree, region to region, we work less in negotiating and we get more. The only one thing that I would like to underline here is that when every country or regional organization negotiates with the EU, in a way or in another, has to consider that once you have a free trade agreement or any kind of agreement with the EU, is per 27 countries. So please, let's not compare EU with a country, because we have 27 member states, the European Parliament that has a binding vote on that, and the European Commission in negotiating. But in any case, we have to accelerate because we are stuck since too much time.
Well, thank you so much. We have reached the end of this session. Please, a round of applause to the Excellencies for being so generous with their time. Thank you very much. And of course, it continues. Thank you. Excellent.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have you sit down, we're going to get started here in 30 seconds. Thanks very much. We're just making some final technical changes and we'll be ready to start. For those who are in the back that want to try to find a seat, we'll get started in the next 30, 45 seconds. Thanks very much. Okay, thanks for your patience and good morning everybody. I'm John Defterios, the former CNN Emerging Markets Editor and Anchor and now Senior Advisor for APCO. I'm delighted to do this session because it kind of gives you the sense of the connectivity of the World Government Summit itself. Our theme is Growth and Global Hubs, a New Economic Blueprint. We often think of the UAE's role as a stepping off point into Africa, Southeast Asia, and the region, but the strategic nature of Latin America and the Caribbean has been on the radar here for the last 5 years. The Dominican Republic has positioned itself as a key logistics and trade hub for the Americas, and it's responding very rapidly to the changing trade landscape. And it's not just unlocking growth for the Caribbean and Latin America, but you'll find out in our panel discussion here all the way through the East Coast of the United States. Specifically, we want to home in on the relationship between the DR and DP World, which has a presence there. The UAE flag carrier is usually a first mover into these developing countries, now with a footprint in 83 countries and nearly 120,000 employees. I'd like to welcome to the stage first His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Aldonader Corona, the President of the Dominican Republic. Mr. President, if you can come on to the stage, thanks. And I liked how you and the chairman were comparing notes there, Mr. President, before you come on stage. His Excellency Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the group chairman and the group chief executive officer of DP World. Thanks very much. It's great to have a full audience. Great to have 20 minutes of strategic thinking here. Mr. President, you've been in office for 6 years. And
5 years and a half.
5 years and a half, going into your 6th year in 2026, with 2.5 years to go. But you're one that's embraced the concept of the power of ports, not only for trade, which we're going to talk about here, but also for the tourism sector as well. I'd love to also cover your strategic development of the airport in Santo Domingo, as well as a major air hub. But let's start with the developments by DP World and the partnership, because I'd like to look at not only the impact of the jobs inside the port itself, which is over 2,000 employees, but the free zone that's been built, and then another commitment of $760 million from DP World. What sort of impact that is having? Thanks.
Well, we have one of the success of the last 30 years of Dominican Republic has been the diversification of our economy. We have tourism, we have free zones, and since I arrived in government, we said we have all the conditions to be a logistic hub. And then we find this extremely good and honest and with a lot of entrepreneurship, which is DP World and my friend, the Sultan, which we understood each other since the beginning. And so on the logistic hub, they have the port, which is one of the biggest ports of the region. And I think we together, some people in our government, some people maybe in their company and their partner didn't believe that the free zones could work there. But we too, we were sure that it was going to work. So they established this free zone next to the port. They also had a joint venture also with the Punta Cana Airport, which is the biggest private-built airport in the world. And it's key for our tourism development. which also they have in the free zone to fix airplanes and all other aeronautic activities. So we are converting in a logistic hub. DP World has been a key partner for us. We believe in public-private partnership. That's why, and I was telling you, when I arrived in government, we have just 3 tourist ports. We now have 5 and 3 under construction. All privates and all from all the region. So I think this has been a very successful partnership between DP World and us, and that will continue, not just on this side. I believe that DP World will also invest more in the Dominican Republic for the good of our people, of our logistics, which has a tremendous impact in the economy, direct and indirect.
Great. Chairman, do you want to focus on Puerto Cosedo and the logistics and the technology put in place? But you were suggesting that the demand for the free zone operations are very, very strong. And if you can include into your reply here the strategic nature of the positioning of the Dominican Republic, as I was saying in my opening remarks, not just for Latin America, but serving the East Coast of the United States.
Well, first of all, I'm very grateful for the Government Summit to organize this important meeting for President Abinader.
Mr. Chairman, if you can bring the mic down.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very directional.
Yes.
Thanks.
I am very honored to be invited by the Government Summit, and especially to have President Abinader with us here in this prestigious platform. We have been in Dominican Republic for 25 years. When we started, the port was mainly a transshipment port, so no added value. Cargo was just coming and going. And I remember every time we land in the airport, I see this amazing land between the airport and the port. And I always thought we should do something there as far as added value. And when we wanted to do it, actually our partners didn't like it. They said, we already have free zone, how is it going to work? But we pressed on. And I'm really pleased to say it was such a success. And the port today of Cosedo is one of the most advanced connecting between the United States and Latin America.
Great. In terms of the jobs that it's created in that free zone, you were saying you're running at capacity, and you've already committed to another tranche of investment. So you think there's more capability to grow there?
Yes. We draw from our experience. You see, when we started Jebel Ali, the industrial park worked, connecting it to the port. We did the same thing in UK with London Gateway. With the park, it worked. So always a business activity as a free zone works very well in a port. We invested $700 million in the port expansion, and we are also starting an investment to another 760. Some of it expanding the port, which I never really felt we needed. So we were 900,000, we went to 2.1, now we're going to be 3.1 million containers. And I believe with our technologies like Box Bay, if we ever run out of space, then Box Bay can even double that, because it's a technology that we have pioneered ourselves. But the demand for the free zone, it draws from our experience, relation with many companies, and of course I will not forget to mention the leadership of President Abinader, who really, for pro-business, and how approachable he is to business, and how interested he is in technology. I mean, amazing, the technology that he wants to put. He wants to see technology companies and to develop everything. And I just will give an example of one of the most successful businesses that started in the world in tourism is in Punta Cana. It is about an hour, 40 minutes maybe from the capital. It is in the middle of nowhere somewhere. And today, it has more tourism than the capital. They have direct flight to Europe and America. And I believe, how many, 10 million tourists a year? Punta Cana?
In the whole, Punta Cana has around 8 million, but the whole country has 11.5 million. We are the second country after Mexico in Latin America.
Yes. So the most...
Record numbers this year.
Yes, sir.
As you had record number also.
Yes, we have. And so I was sitting with the president. He said, how about doing something about Takana? And I'm looking, what do I do with Takana? It is a resort area, beautiful resort area. He said, about the airport. So we started actually a logistic company in the airport to use it for air cargo. And we find it very, very attractive, actually. The country itself is attractive because of the pro-business policies, because also there is a trust. There is rule of law. The government is there to support and stop any hindrance in business. And we grew the business in the free zone to really numbers we never even imagined. And I tell you today, when I land, you see less land available between the airport and us, because most of it, we took it. I mean, we have to buy land from families that are like 22 owners. We have to go to every one of them to convince them. And finally, we were able to do that.
Okay, strap into your seat here, because we're going to talk about the next port, so I'm not sure if you'll be pulled into that. Mr. President, you're looking at a port in the north. You're working with the Inter-American Development Bank. Why, A, do you see there's demand for it, and what's the rollout timeline for that?
Yeah, we started to construct Manzanillo Port. Manzanillo Port is a natural port, deep, very deep, and it's on the north. The Caucedo Port is on the south, and on the north we save 1 day to exports to United States, and then we have most of our free zones are in the north of the island, especially in Santiago and some other areas surrounding. So with the Inter-American Development Bank, we start construction. It's under construction. It will be ready at the middle of next year. We are looking for some partners for concession.
That's why I was saying. Mr. Chairman, are you listening to that? Or is
yes.
In a very good way, and it's also, we will have 1,200 megas in electric generation. Because we needed that for the equilibrium of the electric system with the north. But also we'll have that is one of the 3 tourist ports that is under construction also, that will be ready. And will be also a free zone. There will be a free zones next to there, and also an industrial free zone. And it's part of our strategic development for the north of the island.
Good. Why did you think that you'd get so much traction with this port development, and getting the support from the IADB is kind of a nod to what's already been built in the country? And how do you balance the idea of sustainability, because you're getting heavy tourism traffic and you're building yet a very large container port? So you think this is the right mix in terms of considering the beauty of the country, but also the development at the same time?
One of the most successful ports that you have in the Americas is in Miami and in Fort Lauderdale, and then they are both intermodal operation. They have cargo and they have tourism, and we are a big island. We can do that. We have a lot of experience. We have the second lowest crime rate in the region after El Salvador, and so we are very successful in managing, and we have a lot of experience in the type of cruise ports. And at the same time, now we have, it's not just cruises that they are going to the island. Now we have 2 offers of big major cruise companies that they want to establish as a home port, because we have a lot of very good, as we mentioned, airports also. So we are very confident that this will be successful in terms of cargo and in terms also of tourism. And it has been done. It has been done, and it has been successful done.
Okay, very good. Chairman, can you share the strategy of what demand there is from the United States for products from the Dominican Republic, but the Dominican Republic serving as a logistics hub for Latin America as it starts to develop, and we see some stability coming on the reforms in the major economies of Latin America?
Well, private-public partnership is central to this model. Dominican Republic is one of the largest economies in the Caribbean, connecting the Caribbean, Latin America, and East Coast. For us, as DP World, we are not in the United States as port. So we supply the East Coast from Dominican Republic, the West Coast from Peru, okay? And some of the East Coast could be also from Canada, but more and more cargo coming from Dominican Republic, it's only 3 to 5 days sailing, depending which part.
Right.
And the president developing the new port is really to create more business activity, to create jobs. As you create jobs, the purchasing power increases and naturally the GDP increases also.
Okay, good. A fairly sensitive question.
One of the things we have to think apart, I think on the question that you made, just to add, one thing is, as the Sultan has mentioned, the right policies that we have established, the respect of the rule of law, but at the same time also, this is important to mix with the strategic location. We are in the middle of the Americas. So it's a strategic location. We have free trade agreement with Europe, with the United States, with several countries of the region. So we have everything together to be as we are converting into logistic hub.
Cool. Who are you competing against in the Caribbean, would you say, President?
Panama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you can continue to grow with the Panamanian ports that they have in existence, you think, obviously.
Yeah, Panama because of the canal. And this is more a transit port. There is a space for the both countries.
Great. The sensitive question I wanted to bring up is Venezuela, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it. If you look at it, and zoom out, does it provide some clarity for stability and then potential transition in Venezuela and what it means for the Caribbean and the Dominican Republic? It's early days. There's a pretty bold move by President Trump. What are your thoughts on what it does to the region now for economic development for Venezuela, in your view, and then the spillover, perhaps positive effects for DR?
Historically, we have had very strong ties with Venezuela, economic and political ties. We were one of the countries who never accepted the result of the elections because we are pro-democracy and we fight for democracy. With this new transition period, both countries, we decided yesterday that we will open our trade. We had for 2 years after the election closed the flights, so we reopened the flights, we will reopen the consulate, and we hope that this will be a transition period for stability and for democracy. And we are hopefully that will happen, and this will be good not just for the Venezuelan people, but for the whole region. As the Sultan said, we are a small island, but we are the 7th economy in Latin America. And right now, we have a bigger economy than Venezuela. And Venezuela is such a rich country. And I think the development of Venezuela will help the development of the whole region.
Great. Chairman, this is the last question for the panel, but I think for this audience, I think it's super important. You touched on it briefly, but the whole idea of the rule of law, because you're operating in 83 countries, and what did you see in the DR early days when you went in and said, I can make this work? And do you think this legacy of the current president can last in the institutional structure of the country for DP World?
Let me tell you, Dominican Republic is a good example of what good leadership can do. The difference with the President Abinader is that in the past, there's a good intention, but it takes a long time to decide. With the President, he really decides, and he chases to make sure things happen. Businessmen, time of an essence, but rule of law and create business, create trust, and that's, I think, what you see when people want to invest. It's very simple in that country.
Okay. The final thing I'd love to get your thoughts on, because at the World Government Summit, I've seen it evolve over the last dozen years, and Latin America and the Caribbean have taken larger roles at the World Government Summit. Why is it so strategic to Dubai as a trading emirate, but to the UAE today? Is it the nature of the development that's taking place? You planted the first flags for the UAE in that region, but why so much emphasis on Latin America now, Chairman?
Well, Latin America is not a country so close to you. I mean, you don't say, for example, I'm going to Paris and stop by London, and then I'll stop by Rio. You know, it is so far. So we'd like to be in communication all the time and meeting with the Latin American countries to bridge this distance by encouraging trade. Of course, trade is very important for us. Emirates Airline is calling already all these countries, and a lot of products we import from those countries. But these kind of meetings really encourage me because we can do more business. It is not just investing in there, it's investing here. It's not just selling, it's also buying. A lot of fruit and vegetables today, you see them flown from Latin America. And there are many success stories in those countries. But the distance demands that we should be in communication more often.
Okay. Final question to the first visitor to the WGS, your first time to the summit. Mark Carney gave a speech at the World Economic Forum talking about the alliance of like-minded countries. And you have the DNA because you're both small populations but have aspirations and are playing an outsized role when it comes to trade. Why do you think it works in the business mindset of the UAE and the Dominican Republic as you see it today? And is it a like-minded country in that strategy?
UAE is an example when you have resources but utilize very efficient the resources. And UAE is also an example of diversification of the economy. When you see the growth, it's not just comes from the natural resources or oil, it comes from other areas. And that's also what happened to us. We have a very diversified economy in tourism, in free zones. And the free zone is not just that we are manufacturing clothes. We are exporting $3 billion in medical devices. We are exporting $800 in electrical.
$800 million, yeah.
$800 million, excuse me, in electrical equipment. But we are so diversified that I don't know how many people smoke cigars here, but the better cigars in the world are Dominicans. We are exporting 1.3 billion cigars, 4 times what Cuba is exporting at this moment. And just to put you an example, in a lot of other areas of the economy, just baseball, we are the second country who has more baseball players in the US. That represents $600 million a year for us, because we have the academy of all baseball teams in the US, an academy in Dominican Republic. So that's it. And what also the Sultan says, we are a very stable democracy. We don't have extremes, even in the opposition. We have excellent, as a, it's a normal opposition. They have to have opposition to everything, but we agree on the most important thing, on the direction of the economy. Can you imagine that the 3 former presidents and I signed 4 letters to the United Nations regarding a unified policy, again, in the case of Haiti? Can that happen in any other country? I don't think it happens in a lot of countries. So we know how to unify in the well-being of the country, but also to respect democracy, and they do their opposition as any democracy do.
Great. It's nice to see you. I'm glad we had the extra time in the green room. I've never heard anybody put a dollar amount on the talent of your baseball players on the economy. That's pretty interesting.
You see a lot of good baseball players.
Yeah, I know that, absolutely. Okay, Chairman, do you want to finish on
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. When you look at Dominican Republic, for people who don't know the geography, it's an island. Half of it is Dominican, half of it is Haiti. And you can see the development of Dominican Republic because of good leadership, how the businesses, and you look at, unfortunately, Haiti, where the leadership is not really understand how to resolve their issues. You can see leadership create jobs, and bad leadership create poverty, and that's unfortunate.
Great. Thanks for inviting me to chair this. It's great to meet you, President. Welcome to Dubai and the WGS for the first time. It's nice to see you.
Concepts and the art of the possible is starting to transition into real production, meaning this is no longer a nice to have or a demo, but rather something that people are going to leverage and use every day from a government perspective. And when that happens, I think one of the things that's really important is you have the right sovereign controls, because in particular for public sector services, people want to know the data is safe, it's secure, often that the AI is going to stay in country. So there's needs to kind of set up sovereign AI in a solid way. And then as people start to use this to run their governments, you also really need to understand the operational requirements, security, reliability, observability, so that you can understand how it's being used. And I think the UAE has been just sort of a phenomenal example of kind of taking all of those elements and really applying it. And when you look inside the UAE and Abu Dhabi, the amount of use cases that are now in production and having real citizen impact is just phenomenal. And a key part of that for us has been our partnership with G42 and with the government here.
Maybe tell us a bit more about how the partnership has played out. Obviously, Microsoft is one of the, you're part of the GAFA acronym, which I know my friends at Microsoft are always very annoyed that you're obviously one of the 7 giants in the US and the most valuable company on the planet. Why did you think it was necessary to bring in a big sort of external American company to do what you needed to do here?
Well, first, thanks for having us here at this occasion to talk about this incredibly important topic of AI development for societies. To echo what Scott said earlier, while many countries, governments, and organizations are still talking about AI as a conceptual, theoretical initiative, companies like Microsoft and countries like UAE already put this into practice for years now. In the UAE specifically, before getting into the Microsoft relationship, it's well known. We are right now actively constructing 5 gigawatts of AI campus. We are connecting the national power grid to this new intelligence grid because we believe AI will become a more important utility than even electricity. Number 2, I want to give you a very simple, straightforward example of how AI is already being adopted at a society level. There is one government application in Abu Dhabi called TAMM, T-A-M-M. In Arabic, many of you know, it means done. Whatever you need as a citizen, consider it done, powered by AI, which we developed in this app in conjunction with Microsoft. In fact, it's 100% running natively in Azure today. So why did we pick Microsoft? Well, ask yourself a few questions as an AI user, as an AI adopter. Do you want access to best AI models? Yes? Well, Microsoft offers that. Do you want secure sovereign compute? The answer for sure is yes. Again, our partner, Microsoft, offers that. Do you want to make sure this is a scalable, secure infrastructure that connects you to many of existing partners around the world? The answer, once again, is yes with Microsoft. So it's no brainer for us to partner with Microsoft to build applications like TAMM. But there's so much more, so much more. So with 5 gigawatts of AI capacity we're building right now in the UAE, we expect to be able to output up to 100 trillion tokens on a daily basis. That is a large number of intelligence we can provide to the country, to the region, even to the rest of the world. Number 2, because UAE is so well connected through undersea fiber cable to 4 billion people around the world with less than 100 millisecond latency, we are able to ensure equitable, responsible use of AI and equitable access of AI to a large part of the world. And this is where our partnership with Microsoft can bring the best value.
What do you worry about most? What could break? And tell me a little bit sort of what kind of things that don't give you nightmares necessarily, but sort of when you think about, this makes me a bit anxious about doing this.
I'll comment on this. Maybe Scott, you can talk about from your perspective as well. AI is such a brand new technology. We can either sit here and theorize how many things can go wrong and worry about it and not to do anything about it, or be a pioneer, being a practitioner to try it. Starting with, as you mentioned, pilots, then larger scale societal deployment. I think only through usage can we understand what the real risks are. Of course, AI can be misused by bad actors, and even by accident, by good actors who do not fully understand the full power of AI. So we are responsibly practicing AI across our society while keeping track those edge use cases and to manage it before it becomes a societal deployment.
Can I just maybe sort of ask you, what do you think an edge use case is that isn't quite ready, but is, you think, the next thing you might want to try, either in the UAE or that you're seeing across your global operations?
Well, I think the big shift you're going to see with AI that's really going to start to happen over the next 12 months is the move to what we call autonomous AI, where I think historically a lot of the AI use cases that probably everyone in this room has played with is you're sort of asking a chatbot and you're getting a response, and you're sort of driving the behavior, you're interpreting the results. That's powerful, but what becomes even more powerful is when you can assign a task to an agent that's going to go work on something on your behalf and perhaps complete an action without necessarily checking with you on every single step. And once you introduce that autonomy, where it's got a little bit more ability to go off and do things, you really need to make sure that you have the right governance, so you actually understand what it has access to, what it's doing. You need to have the right security controls. You need to have the right safety controls, so that if it starts to hallucinate or starts to do something inappropriate, you both understand it and can immediately stop it. And that's a big part of some of the work that we're driving right now is kind of adding that kind of, we call it Agent 365 framework.
Yeah.
So that you can understand what's going on, again, have complete visibility into it, and then complete control over it inside your enterprise. And I think that's going to be the most important thing for society to get right, because otherwise you could potentially have unintended consequences where an agent deletes something it shouldn't, or cancels something it shouldn't, or potentially has something worse.
Turn the water off and it shouldn't.
Can I just follow up on this point, if you allow me? I mentioned this giant 5 gigawatt AI factory in the UAE that is going to produce potentially 100 trillion tokens per day. We call this our token factory. But to Scott's point, we are in parallel building another factory. We call this the agent factory. Exactly as Scott mentioned, you can either passively leverage AI to help you answer questions on your mind, or AI can become a lot more autonomous, proactive in supporting your workload, in exploring new areas of discovery. And this is where agents come in. So in addition to building a national infrastructure for token management, we are building a national infrastructure for agent management as well in collaboration with Microsoft. As we empower our agents to do more for us, while we are taking a break, while we are sleeping, they are actually working. We need to ensure they are doing the work in the right way, responsible way. So building this agentic workflow and agentic platform to ensure the proper identification, authorization, and transactions between us and the agents and between the agents themselves is now a national priority for us as well.
Is there a single agentic AI use case in operation right now at G42?
Well, the TAM example I gave earlier is an agent, a government service agent. But I'll give one more example. In our audience right now is His Excellency Mansour Mansouri from Department of Health in Abu Dhabi. We are deploying, as we speak right now, AI for primary care. So doctors can use AI agents now to provide higher quality and also lower cost access of healthcare to its patients.
Can you think of another? I'm kind of curious whether, because for example, in business, it is rare to find agentic use cases, and because people are scared. They talk about it a lot, but they don't implement it. Are there other governments that have agentic AI use cases in operation right now?
Yeah, I think we're seeing lots of organizations start to use them from an operations perspective. So, for example, like
internally, much more.
Internally, but often to communicate externally. So, for example, in my organization, we have probably 20 or 30 million miles of physical network fiber in the ground around the world. Often that's with partners, sometimes government-regulated telcos in different countries. And in any given day, we might have 100 fiber cuts happen around the world. And we have redundancy, so there's no customer impact, but we obviously want to make sure that we repair those fiber cuts when they happen. And we used to have, a team of 100 people that would chase, working with different telcos to say, this is the GPS location of the fiber cut. Have you rolled a crew to go fix it yet, and go back and forth? And we now have an agent that does it. And they have an email address and a name. And so they reach out to the telco and say, you've got a fiber cut, and over email. And the telco responds back and gives us updates, and the agent is talking to the telco. In a lot of cases, we don't think the telco actually knows that it's an AI agent. For all we know, maybe they have an AI agent talking to our AI agent. We don't know for sure that they're real either. But it's been a way that we ultimately think we need hundreds of people doing this role on our current course and speed over the next couple of years, that we're now completely automating it. And more importantly, we're fixing those types of issues much, much faster, and doing it with a lot less toil. And so, that's a simple example where we're using AI agents with existing analog things like email as the flow, and starting to drive business outcomes with it. And I think if you think about government services, if you think about any type of operational role that needs to coordinate activities, I think every organization, whether it's in the public or private sector, probably has similar, needs like that they could benefit from.
We just have a little bit of time left, but maybe in the time that we do have left, I want to talk about winners and losers from AI. Talk about it in business. Vladimir Putin famously said, whoever wins AI is going to run the world. Are we seeing a fragmentation as well in terms of how governments are adopting AI? You see it from the Stanford Index. There's a UK-based index. And is that gap something which is already, you think, almost too wide? Is it a north-south gap? Or how are you seeing this play out? Because we are, early on, but it's already 2.5 years in, so that gives you a good sense.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a winner take all with AI. I think we're starting to see multiple different silicon chips. We're seeing multiple different models. We're seeing multiple different AI use cases, and I think there's going to be lots of winners. I think with AI. I think the key thing though is going to be the biggest winners will be the organizations that I think are looking to adopt it to really drive change faster. And I think we saw a similar dynamic with the internet. We saw a similar dynamic with smartphones. The companies that really embraced it first were often the winners in the private marketplace of, the companies that we think of today in social media or in communications or in retail that really leveraged it. And there's a lot of companies that were big 30 years ago that were slow, and we don't remember their names anymore. And I think in the case of government services, if you look around the world today, especially I would say in Europe and in North America, there's a real gap in terms of the level of services public services that often citizens are expecting. Budgets are tight, and people are often unhappy with healthcare, unhappy with the state of many things that they have. And I think AI does give us this opportunity, hopefully, to provide a much better citizen experience. And again, when my trip here to Abu Dhabi and to UAE, it's just phenomenal looking at, Ping was talking about TAM. I got a good demo of that yesterday. I had a chance to meet with the health ministry and so many other government organizations. And there's just, incredible work happening here that is really cutting edge in terms of providing digital services to really transform the impact of the people here. And I think AI is integrated into all of that.
Yeah. Let me give the last word to Peng. You've had a global career. You were in MicroStrategy before. You've seen things. What would you say to governments that are behind? How do you catch up? What would be a easy recipe to follow?
What we're doing at G42 and UE as a nation, to catch up, to keep up, you need a partnership. So my last word will be this, going beyond what Scott said about organizations adopting AI. nation states have to set AI as their number one, not number two, number one priority to move the needle on the GDP. For nations, many of them who don't have the natural resources, such as power, of course, they cannot build native compute tomorrow. However, as you may know, at this event this week, we are launching at UAE as a nation a digital embassy initiative. Nations with more resources like UAE, we are ready to share our resources through this digital embassy initiative to bring AI technology ready here with other nations who may not be ready today. And we're doing that again with our partner Microsoft.
Terrific. On that note, please join me in thanking Scott and Penghu. Thank you very much. Thank you.
الجلسة التالية حوار خاص مع معالي كريستالينا جورجيفا المدير العام لصندوق النقد الدولي. يحاورها ريتشارد كويست من قناة CNN. فلتتفضل معاليها مشكورة.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation with Her Excellency Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. This session is moderated by Richard Quest from CNN.
Managing Director, I always feel, we meet every year, we have to stop meeting like this, or maybe... It's really difficult, because when we met here this time last year, the US administration had just, or was about to, had taken office, and we didn't really know. We had an idea from executive orders. 1 year on, we have to some extent been told that the world is flat, that all the things that people like yourself have believed in terms of trade policy and that foreign policy are different. Am I right, or am I overstating?
Richard, great to see you, and wonderful to be with this audience. What we see is a world that is more diverse, more multipolar, and more resilient as a result. In fact, we just published our projections for global growth for this and next year. We upgraded these projections, including for UAE, for the Gulf countries, because one, private sector everywhere, agile and adaptable. Two, the trade shocks that we thought may come is muted. Three, incredible enthusiasm about the potential of AI to lift productivity. So we are in a world that is, on one side, geopolitically much more complex, a world of transformation, technological, political, geopolitical transformation, demographic transformation. On the other side, quite resilient.
Why do you think we have not seen such a shock from the tariff chaos, my word, not yours, the tariff chaos chopping and changing, and also an inflationary response? People like myself, I mean, admittedly, the final tariff level was much lower than the initial tariff level, but it was still 2, 3, or 4 times what the previous level was.
Mm-hmm. Well, we need to remember that trade is like water. You put an obstacle, it goes around it. And this is what is happening. First, tariffs that were announced after negotiations and agreements went much lower, from 23% to, by our estimates, what is collected is more in the order of 9%. Two, the rest of the world continues to trade. And not only that, but we have seen an increase in bilateral and plurilateral trade agreements. Why is the world trading? Well, because majority of countries, small, medium-sized countries, they cannot produce everything at home. They need that integrated global economy.
The president of the ECB, Christine Lagarde, told me at Davos that what is happening at the moment is the biggest, whether it's Greenland or the trade or tariffs, or whatever, it's the biggest wake-up call to Europe. Mm-hmm. Is Europe up to that wake-up call?
It better be. We see in Europe tremendous potential to lift up competitiveness, productivity, and growth. Why is it not happening? Well, 27 countries, it is hard for them to reach an agreement, and Europe really cherishes consensus building. consensus building takes a long time. The world is moving so rapidly, Europe has to adapt. It is not going to be the other way around. At the fund, we see a potential for Europe to increase productivity and growth by 20%, provided they focus on completing the single market. And in completing the single market, there are really four things that matter, Richard. First, 28 regime for firms. When a company wants to invest in Europe, it should not be doing 27 different investments because of different regimes of registration. Two, it has to get Capital Market Union. Europe renamed it. It is now called Savings and Investment Union. Okay, fine. What matters is...
Different name, same problem.
Same problem, because a shallow capital market in Europe, what does it mean? It means that 300 billion euros of European savings are somewhere else, mostly in the United States. Three, they have to bring energy union that is truly one, same pricing, same structures for all countries. Four, I'm sure you heard about free movement of people. Yeah, people move, but their qualifications cannot move. So
this is basic stuff.
Totally basic.
So why would Europe still fiddling around trying to solve it after all these years?
Well, very simple, because different countries have different stakes in these issues. Some are against the Capital Market Union because they like banks doing business rather than the capital markets. Others feel that they need to protect their labor from the influence of countries with lesser qualifications. In other words, 27 countries, right, all of them producing red lines. So what Europe now needs to do is take the time, wipe out the red lines, and concentrate on its performance as one economic union. And that would be good for everybody. People want to do business in right. Europe, but it's too complicated today.
I want you to take those problems and, sorry, let me pull you.
No, that's okay.
I want you to take those problems and relate them to the Gulf. Because the GCC has played around with many of the same concepts, and single currencies right the way through to free markets, labor, but it's unwilling to go the next steps.
Well, join the club. The Europeans can share a lot of their experience of what not to do, and I recommend to the Gulf, listen. In the Gulf, I am very enthusiastic about what I see. Much more interest in harmonization of regulations, more collective decision-making, more focus on interregional trade. Potential for that is huge. And the Gulf is now thinking about institutions, how to make the Gulf Cooperation Council a more impactful institution. I actually would say this: don't copy the European institutions, they're too complex, but copy one thing from Europe that I find incredibly impactful: Airbus. When Europe came up with Airbus, it did something fabulous. It created a very potent competitor to Boeing. Now, every second aircraft on this planet comes from Europe. So, for the Gulf, get your Airbus.
Oh, hang on. What does that mean in reality?
Well, because it could be a joint project in artificial intelligence. The Gulf is well advanced in that area. I don't know what it would be. What I do know is that it makes a huge difference in how you integrate your economies when you have that common project.
How do you get over the sovereignty question, which can also be, in my words, not yours, the ego question. Because Europe is now having to come with AI that you can't have 27 champions. You're going to have to decide who's going to be the European competitors to the Mag 7 of the United States.
It is very difficult. I am not going to sugarcoat it. When you talk about capital markets in the Gulf, obviously there is competition, and rightly so, because there is strength in capital markets that have emerged. But if you want to compete in the world we are today and we will be tomorrow, you have to overcome differences, and you have to come up with that sense of unity of purpose. And I think the Gulf has demonstrated capacity to do so. What I now see in discussions with ministers of finance, with central bank governors in the Gulf, is maturity that for sure can help the Gulf to go in that direction of strength through unity of purpose. And yes, competition, because that is human nature. And competition is not a bad thing. It makes us do better than we would have otherwise.
How do we...
Can I say to the audience from the Gulf, I admire what you have done in two areas. The first one is investing in human capital. You have done it before AI was popular. But because you have done it, you have such a strong comparative advantage today when this new technology is coming to life. And secondly, and we feel it right here in UAE, you recognize the importance of dialogue and cooperation. And that, for you, for the Gulf, very important, but for the world we live in, is so important. So thank you, UAE. Thank you, Gulf.
When, please God, you and I are in good health and they kindly invite us back next year. I mean, they'll invite you back, definitely, but me, who knows?
I only come with you, Richard.
Fine, we'll come as a team, just in case you're wondering. You want to book one, you get two. But when we're here next year, I don't know how to ask this question. How are we going to get through the next 12 months? I mean, if we look at the last 12 months, we're all exhausted. We don't know where we stand. Even my own company, I don't know who's going to own me this time next year. How are we going to get through?
I'll tell you how I get through all the tensions around. I hug my family. I enjoy my grandchildren. So find your anchor and then hold on it. But on a more serious note, I have been saying this now for more than 5 years. We live in a world of more frequent exogenous shocks. It is not going to change. We live in a world of uncertainty. This is not going to change. So what can a country or a business or a household do? Get your house in order. Get your economy in the best possible order. Have good policies, good institutions, make allocation of financial resources thoughtfully, and don't rely on the rest of the world to somehow come to your rescue. And of course, cooperate. Cooperate with your neighbors. Build bridges, because that is how we can all as humanity do better. For us at the IMF, we recognize our responsibility, and it is to bring the best possible analysis we can offer on where the world economy is going, where regions are going. So in this fog of the year, we are holding a little torch.
How do you keep going with such energy? I thought I had energy, but you put me to shame.
I would answer honestly, my institution is set to deal with crisis. So we are really blessed with a lot of work.
Thank you very much. The Managing Director.
Thank you.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية حوار خاص مع فخامة جي بارمولا رئيس الاتحاد السويسري، تحاوره فضيلة السويسي من قناة سكاي نيوز عربية، فليتفضل فخامته مشكورا. يرجى ملاحظة أن هذه الجلسة ستكون باللغة الفرنسية. يرجى استخدام سماعات الرأس للترجمة الفورية.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation with His Excellency Guy Parmelin, President of the Swiss Confederation. This session is moderated by Fadela Suesi, news and program presenter from Sky News Arabia. Please note that this session will be in French. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
أصحاب المعالي، الحضور الكريم، سيداتي سادتي، صباح الخير. أنا فضيلة السويسي من سكاي نيوز عربية. سأقوم الآن بمحاورة ضمن هذه الجلسة من فعاليات القمة العالمية للحكومات الرئيس السويسري، رئيس الاتحاد السويسري فخامة جي بارمولا. أرجو أن تنضموا للترحيب به في هذه الجلسة التي سأديرها باللغة الفرنسية. Bonjour, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est un honneur de vous accueillir aujourd'hui au sommet mondial des gouvernements. Comme je l'ai dit déjà avant en arabe, je vous invite à vous joindre à moi pour accueillir son Excellence Guy Parmelin, le président de la Confédération suisse. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Bonjour, Madame.
On commence notre discussion en parlant d'un atout majeur en Suisse, la stabilité. La Suisse est reconnue pour sa stabilité dans un monde en mutation. Comment ce moment peut-il redéfinir le rôle de la Suisse sur le plan international?
Alors, je crois que la stabilité, c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement important. Ça donne de la sécurité pour les investisseurs, mais il faut aussi des investissements très importants en matière de formation, de recherche, d'innovation. La Suisse est toujours dans le top ranking de l'innovation. Et je crois que cet écosystème est aussi un système politique où la population est associée de très près aux décisions, lui donne un avantage. Et puis, il faut diversifier. Nous avons étendu nos accords de libre-échange parce que la Suisse, à part la matière grise, elle n'a pas ou peu de ressources naturelles.
C'est une grande concurrence dans ce cas. Face à cette concurrence mondiale accrue, quelle force la Suisse doit-elle préserver et où se situent les principales opportunités de croissance?
Alors, je crois qu'elle doit préserver la stabilité. Je le vois quand je discute avec des collègues internationaux. Elle doit essayer toujours d'investir dans la formation, la recherche et l'innovation, dans les nouvelles technologies, essayer d'anticiper les évolutions. Et ici, nous avons l'intelligence artificielle, des secteurs comme le quantum, la life science. Et ça, ce sont des points où la Suisse a su se positionner très rapidement. Et puis, encore une fois, il faut être flexible sur le plan international et nous essayons de stabiliser nos relations avec nos clients les plus importants. Ce sont l'Union européenne, les États-Unis, la Chine, mais aussi avec un réseau d'accords de libre-échange que nous étendons. Ici, on peut penser à l'Inde, à d'autres accords que nous avons signés, Mercosur, Malaisie, Thaïlande, pour en citer quelques-uns.
C'est une vision futuriste. Quand vous avez mentionné l'Union européenne, comment la Suisse peut-elle concilier l'accès au marché européen et en même temps l'autonomie nationale, tout en préservant la confiance du public?
Alors, c'est effectivement un des défis principaux. L'Union européenne est un de nos principaux clients, notre principal client. Donc, le Conseil fédéral a décidé qu'il fallait stabiliser les relations. Mais naturellement, nous devons trouver un équilibre entre notre autonomie, nos droits populaires auxquels nous sommes très attachés, et l'ouverture potentielle à une partie du marché de l'Union européenne. Et à la fin, ce délicat équilibre a conduit le Conseil fédéral à signer un nouveau paquet d'accords, à l'accepter. Maintenant, il prépare un message pour le Parlement. Mais à la fin, comme c'est souvent le cas en Suisse, il y aura des discussions au Parlement et c'est certainement le peuple, au travers d'un référendum, qui décidera.
Au-delà de la neutralité et aussi le secteur bancaire, ce sont deux atouts aussi, la Suisse très reconnue par ces deux atouts. Quel récit la Suisse doit-elle porter sur ses valeurs, ses contributions, sa vision sur le plan aussi international?
Alors, pour reprendre une partie de ce que vous venez de dire, la neutralité, c'est toujours facile d'être neutre en temps de paix, c'est beaucoup plus difficile en temps de guerre et de conflit. Mais la Suisse, avec la Genève internationale, peut offrir ses bons offices, elle doit travailler discrètement. Nous avons des mandats de protection avec des grandes puissances pour chercher des solutions à des conflits. Ça, c'est quelque chose sur laquelle le monde entier peut compter, sur l'efficacité et la discrétion de la Suisse. Et puis encore une fois, nous n'avons pas d'autre choix. Nous sommes 9 millions d'habitants. Quand vous avez des pays, des puissances qui sont 1,3, 1,4 millions, voire 340 millions, comme les États-Unis, vous devez être flexible, vous devez être dynamique, vous devez anticiper les tendances, et c'est ce que nous faisons, mais naturellement en gardant les fondamentaux qui ont fait la force de la Suisse, c'est-à-dire aussi un cadre intérieur où on essaye de diminuer les coûts pour les entreprises, diminuer la bureaucratie et créer ces conditions cadres qui soient les mêmes pour toutes les entreprises. Nous ne pouvons pas et nous ne voulons pas mener une politique industrielle.
C'est un bon plan, franchement.
Oui, mais pas facile.
Pas facile, justement, j'en doute pas. À quoi ressemblerait la fin de votre mandat, la réussite pour la Suisse? Comment vous voyez, comment vous percevez le succès pour la Suisse à la fin de votre mandat?
Alors j'ai un mandat extrêmement court, puisqu'en Suisse, le président change toutes les années. Ce que j'espère, c'est que nous pourrons mener en avant plusieurs dossiers importants sur lesquels la population suisse va se prononcer par référendum. Ça serait déjà un succès si certains accords de libre-échange pouvaient être acceptés et puis si nous arrivions avec nos principaux partenaires économiques à stabiliser nos relations. Mais aussi, je l'ai dit et je le répète, continuer à investir dans l'innovation parce que les investissements d'aujourd'hui, ce sont les postes de travail de demain et ce sont naturellement les revenus et aussi peut-être les prestations sociales et un système social où on essaye d'intégrer tout le monde du plus faible au plus fort.
Qu'est-ce qui vous inquiéterait si rien ne changeait dans ce plan?
Alors, ça voudrait dire que finalement le monde est resté bloqué. On voit cette montée du protectionnisme actuellement qui inquiète les petits pays. C'est pour cela que nous cherchons des initiatives avec d'autres petits pays. Nous avons lancé le Fitness Partnership avec les Émirats arabes unis, la Nouvelle-Zélande, Singapour, où des petites et moyennes économies essayent de voir comment est-ce qu'il est possible d'avoir un certain nombre de règles pour faire du commerce sur le plan international, parce que nous sommes condamnés à travailler avec un certain nombre de règles. Mais si le protectionnisme continue à se développer, alors ça pourrait être très problématique, pas seulement pour la Suisse, mais pour une grande partie de l'économie mondiale.
Qu'est-ce qui a changé depuis votre dernière visite à Dubaï lors de l'Expo, justement? Quels développements vous ont le plus marqué à Dubaï?
Alors, à Dubaï et puis aux Émirats arabes unis, j'ai été frappé par les visions qui ont été développées, par le développement fulgurant, les investissements dans les nouvelles technologies, L'entrepreneuriat, la volonté d'entreprendre, c'est quelque chose qui m'a frappé. Et c'est pour cela que la Suisse et les Émirats arabes unis peuvent et doivent collaborer encore davantage parce que nous avons aussi de grandes universités, de hautes écoles qui sont performantes. Les Émirats arabes unis ont développé aussi des nouvelles technologies, ils investissent dans plusieurs technologies et je pense que nous sommes faits pour nous entendre. Je vois ici une win-win perspective. Mais la fulgurance et la rapidité du développement de la vision et de la concrétisation des objectifs des Émirats arabes unis, ça m'a impressionné.
Qu'est-ce qui vous inspire le plus dans cette expérience des Émirats arabes unis?
Ne pas avoir peur d'entreprendre, essayer d'anticiper, de faire confiance aussi et d'attirer les investissements étrangers. Il peut arriver qu'il y ait des investissements qui se fassent, qui ne sont pas rentables ultérieurement, mais on n'a pas peur d'essayer et d'aller de l'avant. Ce qui nous rapproche, la Suisse et les Émirats arabes unis, c'est que nous sommes des petits pays. La Suisse a beaucoup de montagnes, donc peu de surfaces cultivables. Nous dépendons aussi pour notre approvisionnement du bon fonctionnement du commerce international. Ici, peut-être que l'aspect désertique, l'aspect de l'eau est quelque chose qui est extrêmement important.
Tout à l'heure, vous avez mentionné l'innovation, l'intelligence artificielle. Est-ce que ça vous fait peur? Parce qu'il y a des gens quand même qui ont peur de l'intelligence artificielle. À quel point ça va changer la vie des êtres humains?
Alors ça va, et ça a déjà changé la vie des êtres humains. Je peux comprendre que certains ont peur. Dans des évolutions technologiques, vous avez toujours la face positive et la face négative. Et je crois qu'il faut essayer de garder la face positive et minimiser la face négative. Vous savez, aujourd'hui, on peut arrêter n'importe qui dans le monde, mais on n'arrête pas le progrès. Et je crois qu'il faut vivre avec ces aspects-là, essayer de s'adapter, prendre le progrès pour ce qu'il nous apporte de positif, et avec ceci, travailler pour le bien-être de nos sociétés.
Vivre loin des conflits, je vois que c'est un don, que pas tout le monde le maîtrise. La Suisse le maîtrise très très bien. Quels conseils donnez-vous sur la scène internationale, sur ce sujet?
Écoutez, il serait malvenu que je donne des conseils à certains pays. Je crois que chaque pays doit chercher sa voie. La seule chose que je peux dire, c'est que si nous voulons, avec les défis que nous rencontrons, que ce soit le changement climatique, que ce soit ces tensions internationales, tout ce qui peut contribuer à la paix, est bon pour le monde, est bon pour les populations dans le monde entier. Et si je peux avoir un vœu, c'est qu'on arrive à faire diminuer ces tensions et ces conflits dans le monde entier. Il n'y a jamais eu, à ce stade, à l'heure où je vous parle, autant de conflits ouverts dans le monde entier. La Suisse, avec ses bons offices, elle est prête à participer, à rechercher des solutions, mais il faut que les parties soient les deux d'accord.
Quand vous voyez, Monsieur le Président, les Émirats, comme vous avez aussi mentionné, elle a cette vision futuriste, vraiment. Quelle perspective voyez-vous pour renforcer les coopérations entre les Émirats arabes unis et la Suisse?
Alors, il ne faut pas avoir peur d'échanger et de coopérer. Nous avons, je l'ai dit avant, des universités et nous investissons énormément, que ce soit le secteur privé et le secteur public, dans la formation, dans la recherche et l'innovation. Les Émirats arabes unis sont aussi une puissance financière qui n'a pas peur aussi d'investir dans des technologies du futur. Je crois qu'en coopérant, en échangeant nos découvertes positives et en évitant de faire certaines erreurs, nous serons gagnants les deux. Et moi, j'appelle de mes voeux, et je l'ai dit encore ce matin au président des Émirats arabes unis, ce renforcement de la coopération, et nous coopérons déjà beaucoup ensemble.
Merci, merci Monsieur le Président pour cet échange. Nous vous souhaitons beaucoup de succès à la suite de votre mandat. Merci pour cet échange.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne journée.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you so much. Shukran. Thank you.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية بعنوان الرؤية الجديدة لمستقبل لبنان مع معالي الدكتور نواف سلام رئيس مجلس وزراء الجمهورية اللبنانية، يحاوره عماد الدين أديب المحلل السياسي في سكاي نيوز عربية. فليتفضل معاليه مشكورا.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled The New Vision for Lebanon, What's Next? With His Excellency Dr. Nawaf Salam, President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic. This session is moderated by Imad al-Din Adib, political analyst at Sky News Arabia. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، السادة الضيوف الكرام، أهلا بكم. شرف كبير لي أن أكون في حضرة الأستاذ نواف سلام رئيس وزراء لبنان، الرجل الذي حمل على عاتقه ما لا يمكن أن تحمله الجبال خلال الفترة الماضية في قيادة المسؤولية التنفيذية في لبنان. السؤال الأول نظراً للوقت والاستفادة منه. السؤال الأول: هناك مقال شهير نقلته الBBC تحدثت فيه على أنه الطريق إلى نجاة لبنان يبدأ من خلال السيادة والإصلاح. لماذا السيادة والإصلاح؟ ولماذا قدمت السيادة على الإصلاح؟
شكرا أستاذ عماد. لا، الحقيقة هن أمرين متلازمين، السيادة والإصلاح، وهن الحاجتين اليوم لإنقاذ البلد. ومن هون اسم حكومتنا أصلا حكومة الإصلاح والإنقاذ. بسرعة، شو بنعني بالسيادة؟ بالسيادة بنعني نحن ثلاث أمور: استعادة قرار الحرب والسلم، بسط سيادة الدولة على كل أراضيها بقواها الذاتية، بما بيؤدي لحصرية السلاح بإيد القوات المسلحة اللبنانية وحدها لا شريك لها. وفي الإصلاح الناس فقط عم تركز بتشوف الإصلاحات بالمجال المالي واللي حصل بالأشهر الأخيرة، ولكن الإصلاح مسألة أشمل بالنسبة لي ولا حكومتي. هي الإصلاح المالي طبعا ركيزة أساسية للنهوض باقتصاد البلاد اليوم، ولكن هو أيضا بيشمل إصلاح وضع الإدارة، لأن الإدارة كانت مهترئة ومتهالكة بعد سنوات من الحرب الأهلية. وكمان إذا بدك تجلب أنت استثمارات للبلد لا يكفي أنه يكون في عندك يعني قطاع مصرفي متعافى والإصلاحات المالية المطلوبة. أنت بحاجة لأنك تقدر تأمن حد أدنى من استقلالية للقضاء يلي تشعر الناس في الداخل والمستثمرين بالثقة. وإذا بدك ندمج اثنين، يعني الإصلاح وعملية السيادة، هو الهدف هو استعادة الدولة في لبنان واستعادة الثقة في الدولة. الثقة طبعا نحن بهمنا استعادة ثقة اللبنانيين يلي كاد يفقدوا الثقة في دولتهم، استعادة ثقة أشقائنا العرب بلبنان بعد ما للأسف ابتعد لبنان بالسنوات الماضية عن أشقائه العرب، ولكن الحمد لله هم يعني مثل ما عاد هو إلى أشقائه العرب، يعني أشقائه العرب بدأوا يعودوا إليه، واستعادة ثقة العالم.
دولة الرئيس، المتواجدين هنا في هذه القاعة زعماء دول، رؤساء حكومات، وزراء، اقتصاديين، أساتذة جامعة، ومستثمرين من كبار الشركات في العالم. السؤال: كيف يمكن لك أن تقنع أي من هؤلاء أو الذين سوف يشاهدون هذا الحوار على الهواء أو مسجلا أنه تعالوا استثمروا في لبنان؟ يعني ما الذي يجعل أي من هؤلاء يأتي ليستثمر في لبنان وهي في وضع أمني ما زال في مشاكل، ما زال الإصلاح لم يكتمل في منطقة مليئة بالصراعات؟ أنت تعلم أن رأس المال له شروط كثيرة جدا يصعب أن تكون كلها متواجدة الآن في الحالة اللبنانية.
شوف، دون مبالغة، بالحد يلي قدرنا نستعيده من الثقة عند الناس، أنا بدي أكد لهم شغلة وحدة، وهي قد تكون الأساس، أن نحن ملتزمون الاستمرار في مسيرة الإصلاح ومسيرة استعادة سيادة البلد كاملة، لأنه مرة ثانية هدول أمرين متلازمان، بلا الأولى وبلا الثانية مش ممكن نحن نقدر نحصل استثمارات. ولكن المهم أي واحد بشوف بالسنة الماضية يعني حجم الإصلاحات اللي نحن قمنا فيها، هذا مفروض يكون مشجع على الاستثمار. أولا يعني نحن عملنا مجموعة من الأمور، سيبك بقى من الإصلاحات المالية اللي هي أساس الإصلاحات المالية، ولكن نحن شكلنا مجموعة من الهيئات الناظمة للقطاعات الحيوية بالبلد، من الكهرباء للهاتف للطيران المدني. مرة ثانية نحن يعني اليوم في صدد تجديد وضع الإدارة اللبنانية، وأنا بس بعرف أهم من هذا أي واحد اليوم يجي لبنان يشعر بوضع من الأمن والأمان يلي ما كان متوفر سابقا. وهيدا أنا رأيي يعني عامل مش مساعد، عامل أساسي للاستثمار. ما في استثمار ما في شعور بالأمن والأمان، وهيدا بعتقد اليوم معظم اللبنانيين، معظم الإخوان العرب يلي زارونا بالأشهر الماضيين، وأنا بتحدى بقول من اللحظة اللي بتنزل الطيارة ببيروت بيدخلوا مطار بيروت يشعروا في تغيير ليس فقط بالجانب يعني المادي ولكن بالجو بالبلد، يشعروا انه في جو مختلف.
سيدي خلينا نكون مباشر، وسؤال مباشر. الفساد والفساد الحكومي كان اسلوب حياة من 1975 حتى فترة قريبة للغاية. هل إذا جاء مستثمر بأي رقم من الأرقام هل سيواجه فساد حكومي، شروط، سمسرة، كوميشنز؟ ده سؤال مباشر ودمه تقيل، لكن أنا أعرف أنك قادر على الإجابة عليه.
أولا أنا حأعترف معك أنه هذا أمر للأسف كان حاصل، وهو نخر الإدارة اللبنانية وأفقد مش ثقة العالم فينا وثقة إخواننا العرب فينا، أفقد ثقة اللبنانيين أنفسهم بدولتهم. ولكن حاعطيك أنا مثلين بس يلي ممكن يساعدوا ان احنا نعكس الآية. يا سيدي لأول مرة يعني ما بركي من سنة 75 وقت الحرب، يعني في سابقة واحدة بس. اليوم انت تشوف وزراء سابقين بالحكومة السابقة اليوم هدول قيد التحقيق، منهم من دخل السجن ومنهم من هرب من لبنان خوفا من الملاحقة القضائية، لأنه صار في ملاحقة قضائية له. لا يعني في بعدين أنا بزعم ما لم أسمع بالسنة الماضية، وأنا كمان يعني عندي عينتين ومفتحهم شمال يمين، وعندي إذنتين وبهمني أسمع يعني من المواطنين، وبهمني اسمع من ناس زي افضالك والصحفيين اللي همتهم النقد والمحاسبه ما سمعت اي حد بقى باي تهمه فساد على اي حد من زملائي الوزراء، وهيدي حاجه جديده بالبلد. قبل يعني ما تروح مطعم، ما تدخل صالون، ما تروح قهوه، الا يبقى الحديث الغالب هو حديث بقى الصفقات والرشوات والفساد. وانت تيجي لبنان بالله عليك يا استاذ عماد، ما غاب ده الكلام؟ ده كلام مش موجود. تدخل قهوه، انا مش للاسف ما بروحش قهاوي ومطاعم اليوم، بس بسمع بيقولوا لي الناس اللي يروحوا قهاوي ومطاعم انه لا، الكلام بيحكوا بامور ثانيه، ما بيحكوا بقى بالفساد، بيحكوا بفرص استثماريه، لانه اليوم اكيد اقتصاد البلد بيشتغل بنص طاقته. يعني الفرص الاستثماريه الموجوده اليوم بلبنان بوضع الاقتصاد اليوم انكمباربل مع أي بلد تاني.
طب هقول لك بيحكوا في ايه؟ بيحكوا انه فضيلة الشيخ نعيم قاسم الامين العام لحزب الله لسه من اسبوع 10 ايام يقول انه اذا قامت الولايات المتحدة او اسرائيل بضرب ايران او مشروع ولاية الفقيه هذا امر لا يمكن السكوت عليه ولن نقف صامتين، وكأنه يتخذ قرار المساندة بعد ما كان في مساندة لغزة اصبح دلوقتي في مساندة لايران. هل هذا ممكن في بلد المفروض انه هو القرار السيادي في يد حكومته واجهزته الرسمية؟
لا شوف، أنا بأكد لك أنه نحن قرار الحرب والسلم عملنا على استرجاعه، والدليل عليه أنه لأول مرة من سنة 1969 اليوم الحكومة اللبنانية من خلال الجيش اللبناني والقوات المسلحة اللبنانيين في عندها سيطرة عملانية كاملة على جنوب البلاد. هلا الكلام حاجه انه نقول انه هو حيسند ايران، لا بس ولكن نحن مش حنسمح ابدا بقى حد يدخل البلد بمغامره جديده. كفانا مغامرات، دخلنا بمغامره ما سمي بحرب اسناد غزه، كلفتها على لبنان ما بدي اقول كانت كبيره، كانت كبيره جدا جدا جدا، وما في حدا بقى مستعد يعرض البلد لمغامرات من هذا النوع.
سيدي قد ايه الوضع الاقليمي والصراعات المتأججة في المنطقة لها تأثير على الوضع الداخلي وعلى اقتصاد لبنان وعلى أمن لبنان؟
يعني طبعا إلى تأثير مباشر على الوضع بلبنان، وقد يكون لبنان من أكثر الدول يعني التي تتأثر بالمتغيرات في محيطها. بس الدرس شو قلنا من هالأمر هيدا؟ في شيء نحن قادرين عليه وشيء نحن مش قادرين عليه. نحن مش قادرين نغير العلاقة بين إيران وأمريكا بكل تواضع. نحن مش قادرين نغير عدد من المعطيات بالمنطقة، مش قادرين نحن نغير معطيات الصراع الفلسطيني الإسرائيلي لا بغزة ولا بالضفة الغربية ولا بالقدس للأسف، ولكن نحن قادرين نغير الأمر فيه. كيف نحن نحصن نفسنا بالداخل من تأثيرات المحيط علينا. ولكن نحن ندرك نحن اليوم في إحدى المناطق الأكثر توترا في العالم. يعني عدد الحروب بالمنطقة يعني من اليمن لإيران للعراق للوضع. نحن علينا بالعكس الدرس هو كيف نحصن نفسنا، كيف نحصن نفسنا، هذا بالتفافنا جميعا حول الدولة اللبنانية، وأن نعمل معا على تحسين استعادة قرار الحرب والسلم في لبنان، وأن لا يدخل حدا بقى يدخل البلد بمغامرات مثل اللي هلا تفضلت فيها. يعني البعض يعني في خطر كان انه يدخلنا فيها، ولكن انا باكد لك لن ندخل هكذا مغامره.
طيب سيدي السؤال، المفروض انه في 3 قوى رئيسيه، رئيس الدوله، رئيس الحكومه، رئيس البرلمان، وده ما عرف على انه وكانه ترويكا او هكذا يسمى في العرف السياسي اللبناني. كيف هي علاقتك مع رئيس الدولة ورئيس البرلمان؟ يعني هل هناك حالة من التناغم، من التعاون، من التنسيق؟
شوف، عندي علاقة ثنائية مع رئيس الدولة، وعندي علاقة ثنائية مع رئيس البرلمان، ولكن أنا من الناس المؤمنين بفصل السلطات، ولكن في تعاون السلطات في آن واحد. خبرية الترويكا هيدا من عهود ماضية، وهي شلت عمل المؤسسات ويعني وضعت 3 أشخاص يعني محل المؤسسات الدستورية، وكأنه ممكن اختزال عمل هالمؤسسات ب3 أشخاص، وهذا أدى ل يعني إذا بجوز التعبير لاختلالات سياسية، حتى ما نقول كوارث سياسية. لا، أنا مصر أنه اليوم نحن يجب أن نحافظ على التعاون بين السلطات، ولكن من ضمن المبدأ الأهم اللي هو فصل السلطات. علاقتي الشخصيه انا بطمنك واسال عنها دائما، هي يعني ممتازه مع فخامه رئيس الجمهوريه. الناس بيقولوا والله لا، ما انا بقول لك ما فيش خلاف، بس اكيد في اساليب عمل مختلفه. نحن جايين من تاريخ مختلف، كل واحد عنده تجربته، ولكن أنا واثق أن نحن نذهب بالاتجاه نفسه. نحن رايحين على هدف نفسه يلي هو استعادة الدولة اللبنانية. مع رئيس البرلمان، وأنا يعني بعرفه من زمن طويل لدولة رئيس البرلمان، وفي يعني احترام كبير مني له، وهو بيعرف انه انا حريص على التعاون معه في كل الامور متعلقه بين عمل الحكومه وعمل المجلس، ونحن بحاجه لهالتعاون هيدا من اجل التشريع، ولكن من ضمن مبدا فصل السلطات، ما حد يخلط لي السلطات.
سيدي عشان عنصر الوقت،
تفضل.
ماذا تريد من دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي غدا؟ يعني ايه الاولويات اللي انت نفسك ان كنت تغمض عين وتفتح عين تلاقيها حصلة؟ لو عندك عصا سحرية، ماذا تريد من دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي في دعم لبنان؟
شوف، انا بدي اولا ارجع اكد لهم انه نحن مثل حيث بدانا، نحن فيما يتعلق بالإصلاح أو فيما يتعلق باستعادة سيادة الدولة، هذه قرارين اتخذوا ولا رجوع عنهم، ونحن مش طالبين من أي حد يجي يقوم بعملنا ويقوم لا يبعث جنود ولا يبعث. نحن بس طالبين من أشقائنا هو دعمنا بهالمسيرة هاي. ونفس الشيء يعني نطلبوا من أصدقائنا بالعالم دعمنا، مش إنه يجوا يحلوا محلنا ويقوموا بدورنا. نحن ما عم نطالب حدا بشيء، بس دعمنا يعني باختصار شديد مثل ما أنت حابب. يعني على الأقل أمرين. واحد، يعني اليوم حتى تقدر يعني الدولة تقوم ببسط سلطتها على كامل أراضيها مثل ما بنقول بقوتها الذاتية، نحن بحاجة دعم القوات المسلحة اللبنانية. وسيعقد مؤتمر قريبا لدعم القوات المسلحة اللبنانية في باريس، وأنا بتمنى من الإخوان العرب جميعا يعني يكونوا مشاركين بفعالية، لأنه هذا المدخل يلي بحسن الأمن والأمان يلي نحن بحاجة له. وثانيا يعني أن ينظروا بعين جديدة لفرص الاستثمار في لبنان، وأن يأتوا إلى لبنان. إن شاء الله بنشوف، شايف كثير إخوان بالقاعة هون يأتونا هلا برمضان، يأتونا على العيد، يأتونا بالصيف على لبنان، وهم حيشوفوا ويقوموا العين إنه في لبنان جديد مختلف عن اللي كان عليه من سنة.
دولة الرئيس، شكرا لك سيدي.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a main address by His Excellency Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of Spain.
Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, today I could stand here and speak about the outstanding performance of the Spanish economy and all the investment opportunities it offers. About a country whose economy grew by 2.8% in 2025, almost twice the euro area average, whose GDP has just exceeded $2 trillion, that created almost 600,000 jobs last year, about half of all new employment in the European Union. I could also speak about our new sovereign wealth fund, España Crece, launched with the ambition to mobilize up to 120 billion euros in public and private investment in areas such as artificial intelligence, clean energy, or quantum computing. Yes, you probably expect me to sing the praises of an economy that has constantly ranked among the world's top performers over the past few years. But I won't do so for a simple reason. Others do it for us. Just open the Financial Times or The Economist, turn on CNN or Bloomberg, and you will hear about the excellence of the Spanish model, a model where the 4 Gs, growth, green, generosity, and global, go together, because we grow at record level while sharing the benefits, cutting emissions, and remaining open. While others look inwards, we look outwards, finding new partners in new regions and welcoming those who come from abroad. Spain builds bridges, not fences. It looks to the future, not to the past. It embraces cooperation, not fragmentation. But, Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, today I want to talk about something else. Something that it is at the core of the values of good governance and balanced progress that define this unique forum. A problem that no country can face alone, and is digital governance. I have been Prime Minister of Spain for almost 8 years. And throughout this time, I have defended the same vision of the world. A vision where peace comes first, where people are at the center of the economy, where progress doesn't come at the expense of the most vulnerable or the planet. That vision hasn't changed in all these years, but the world has, drastically, and for the worst. Not only in the physical world of economies, borders, and institutions, but also in the digital world we have built. It is there, in that virtual space, where the foundations that once held us together are being undermined, where social bonds are being turned upside down into a kind of zero-sum competition without rules, where the values of equality and fairness are being openly attacked. We were told that social media would become a tool for global understanding and cooperation, a vehicle for freedom, transparency, and accountability, a space where feeds and algorithms would help improve our societies and our lives. But the opposite has happened. Social media has become a failed state, a place where laws are ignored and crime is endured, where disinformation is worth more than truth, and half of users suffer hate speech. A failed state in which algorithms distort the public conversation and our data and image are defied and sold. Just in the last year alone, TikTok has been accused of tolerating malicious accounts that shared AI-generated child abuse materials. The face of real kids put in fake news nude bodies. Just last week, the owner of X, a migrant himself, used his personal account to amplify disinformation about the sovereign decision by my government, the regularization of 500,000 migrants that live, work, and contribute to the success of our country. The same platform that has allowed its AI grok to generate illegal sexual content. Meanwhile, Instagram has been accused of spying on millions of Android users around the world. Facebook has been used to deploy hundreds of misinformation and foreign interference campaigns during national and regional elections. All these cases are real and fresh and represent just the tip of the iceberg, a small sample of the many crimes and misconducts that are taking place every day on social media. Some may say that if we do not like social media platforms, we can simply leave them, that no one is forced to use X or TikTok. And they're right. For many of us, this is still an option. But we know that our children and many citizens do not have that choice. Social media has become an integral part of their lives, of their reality. So if we want to protect them, there's only one thing we can do: take back control. We need to make sure that these platforms comply with the rules like everybody else. I know that it won't be easy. Social media companies are wealthier and more powerful than many nations, including mine. But their might and power should not scare us, because our determination is greater than their pockets. Last year, I went to Davos to warn governments about the dangers of social media. Now I am here in Dubai to tell you and explain that Spain is walking the talk. We're fighting back, and we will continue to do so. Starting next week, my government will implement the following actions. First, we will change the law in Spain to hold platform executives legally accountable for many infringements taking place on their sites. This means that CEOs of these techno platforms will face criminal liability for failing to remove illegal or hateful content. And for that, we governments need to stop turning a blind eye to the toxic content shared under their watch. Second, we will turn algorithmic manipulation and amplification of illegal content into a new criminal offense. Disinformation doesn't appear by itself. It is created, promoted, and spread by certain actors. We will go after them as well as after the platforms whose algorithms amplified the disinformation for profit. No more hiding behind code. No more pretending that technology is neutral. Third, we will implement a hate and polarization footprint, a system to track, quantify, and expose how digital platforms fuel division and amplified hate. For too long, hate has been treated as invisible and untraceable. But we will change that, developing a tool that will provide the basis for undertaking future penalties. Because spreading hate must come at a cost. A legal cost, of course, a financial cost, and a moral cost that platforms can no longer afford to ignore. Fourth, Spain will ban access to social media for minors under the age of 16. Platforms will be required to implement effective age verification systems, not just checkboxes, but real barriers that work. Today, our children are exposed to a space they were never meant to navigate alone. A space of addiction, abuse, pornography, manipulation, violence. we will no longer accept that. We will protect them from the digital Wild West. Fifth and last, my government will work with our public prosecutor to investigate and pursue the infringement committed by Grok, TikTok, and Instagram. We will have zero tolerance on this matter, and we will defend our digital sovereignty against any form of foreign coercion. These, ladies and gentlemen, are the 5 measures that my government will implement to turn social media into a healthy and democratic space it should be. The good social media that we were promised. The good social media that we were promised more than 20 years ago. Of course, we are well aware of our limitations. We know that this is a battle that far exceeds the boundaries of any country. That is why I want to inform you that Spain has joined forces with 5 other European countries in a coalition of the digital willing, committed to enforcing stricter, faster, and more effective regulation of social media platforms. A coalition that will hold its first meeting in the coming days and will advance coordinated actions at a multinational scale. Some think that in the current context, when the sovereignty of Ukraine, Palestine, or Greenland is at stake, it would be a mistake to devote such efforts to a peripheral conflict that affects no physical territory. But make no mistake, what we are facing is the convergence of 2 failures. A digital space without responsibility weakening us from within, and a global order under strain from the outside. Both demand governance, not resignation. That is why we must act with courage, with unity, and with hope, because moments like this define generations, and generations like us define the future for the generations to come. So let's rise to the task. Let's choose governance over resignation, cooperation over fragmentation, responsibility over silence. Let's return social media to the promised land that it should have never abandoned. Shukran. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled The Arab Region, a Decade in Focus, with His Excellency Ahmed Abul Gheit, Secretary General of the League of Arab States. This session is moderated by Imad al-Din Adib, political analyst at Sky News Arabia. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
السلام عليكم. شرف كبير لي أن أحاور الأستاذ أحمد أبو الغيط، أمين عام جامعة الدول العربية وأحد أكثر الدبلوماسيين خبرة في عالمنا العربي، خدم السياسة العربية والعالم العربي أكثر من نصف قرن. الحوار صعب لأنه فيه شجون وفيه أزمات كثيرة. أهلا بك سيدي. السؤال الأول، القاعدة التي يعيش عليها هذا العالم أننا نعيش ما يفسره البعض ولا أفسره أنا على أنه انتهاك لقواعد النظام العالمي أو قواعده التي استقرت منذ الحرب العالمية الثانية، وكما سماها جي كارني رئيس وزراء كندا في مؤتمر دافوس: It's not a change, it's a rupture. يعني هذا ليس تغييرا لكنه نوع من التهشم أو التغير. ما رأيك في هذا العصر الذي نحياه؟
يعني أنا في متابعتي للوضع الدولي دائما أفرق بين الوضع الدولي والنظام الدولي. أتصور أن النظام الدولي الذي جاء أو ساد العالم بعد سنة 45 بعد انتهاء الحرب العالمية الثانية ده نظام قائم وموجود متمثل في أكثر صوره ظهورا الأمم المتحدة ونظام بريتون وودز، البنك الدولي والصندوق الدولي ومنظمة التجارة وكل ما توافق عليه المجتمع الدولي على مدى 80 عاما أو أكثر. الوضع الدولي أحيانا بيصيبه تغيرات كثيرة جدا، وهذه التغيرات لا تغير جوهر النظام الدولي. النظام الدولي موجود وسائد، وعندما يختفي في الحقيقة ودائما طبقا للتجربة من خلال عملية عسكرية أو حرب كبيرة بين الدول الكبرى تفرض تغيير هذا النظام. هذا الأمر لم يحدث، ولكن هناك تطورات وتغيرات جوهرية في العالم، وهناك قوة عظمى لم تعد هي القوة العظمى الأوحد مثلما كان الأمر بين الفترة من مثلا 91 لغاية سنة 2000. دخلت عليها قوة عظمى جديدة نامية تسمى بالصين. في قوة أخرى كانت تمثل الاتحاد السوفيتي سقطت أو انفجرت، ورثتها روسيا الاتحادية، وروسيا الاتحادية مثلما نشاهد ونتابع بتستعيد أوضاعها العظمى مرة أخرى. والحرب الدائرة في أوكرانيا هي تأكيد لهذا الوضع الذي أنا أتحدث عليه. فالأداء القوة العظمى الأولى اللي هي الولايات المتحدة فعلا في العام الأخير أو تحت إدارة الرئيس ترامب لها يعني إطارات للعمل غريبة عن ما اتفق عليه في العالم من أداء لهذه القوة. يعني لما الرئيس يأمر بعملية عسكرية ضد دولة أخرى ويختطف رئيسها، لما قبل كده يقصف مش المرة الأولى. مش المرة الأولى، دي المرة الثانية والثالثة، ما خطفوا قبل كده نوريجا من بنما.
طيب لما يقصف 3 مفاعلات نووية في
مش المرة الأولى
إيران.
الولايات المتحدة
طيب.
قصفت العراق مرات ومرات.
لما يفرض تعرفة على 180 دولة بإجراءات ليس لها أي مبرر سوى رغبته في اكتلاب المال.
مش المرة الأولى الولايات المتحدة فعلت ذلك في عام 1930.
طب أنا ممكن أقول لك 20 حاجة وإجابة حضرتك هتقول لي إن هذا تكرار لمواقف سابقة لأمريكا، لكن أن كلهم يجتمعوا في عام واحد. إحنا عشنا مع رجل
هو ده
365 يوم بالزبط. عمل كل 20 ممنوع اللي حصلوا في التاريخ مرة واحدة.
هو ده اللي بيقول إنه هذه الإدارة إدارة مختلفة عن الجميع، ولكنها إدارة عمرها 3 سنوات قادمة، فنتابع من هنا لعدة سنوات قادمة هل هيستمر الأداء وكيف سينتهي هذا الأداء، هل هيغير النظام الدولي ولا هيغير الوضع الدولي، وما شكل العلاقة الثلاثية بين الصين والولايات المتحدة.
لو حضرتك في اجتماع مغلق مع قادة الدول العربية وقدامهم 1000 يوم لسه مع هذا الحكم وهذا الرجل وهذه الأساليب، بماذا تنصحهم يقضوا 1000 يوم الجايين إزاي؟
أنصح بالعمل والتفاعل بما يحافظ على السيادة والكرامة. بمعنى أنه فلنتفاعل بما نستطيع أن نتفاعل به، ونؤجل ونراوغ ونناور ونلعب سياسة فيما لا نستطيع قبوله.
يعني نستحمله يعني
إلى حد كبير.
طيب السؤال، أنت الآن وأنت
أنا أصلي عملي جدا يا عماد بيه، أنا عملي جدا، أنا براكتيشنر، أنا عملياتي عملي، أتعامل مع الواقع مثلما أراه، والواقع مثلما أراه قوة ضاربة بتتفاعل مع الأوضاع من منظور أيديولوجي بحت، ولا أقول عمياء لكن أقول أيديولوجية كاملة.
طب أنا مش هكلمك على أيديولوجية، أنا هكلمك على منصبك، هكلمك على جامعة الدول العربية، هكلمك على الأقل 4-5 جروح نازفة من الصراعات في العالم العربي: السودان، ليبيا، لبنان، سوريا، العراق، الصومال، كل هذه، اليمن. أين دور جامعة الدول العربية؟ ما شفتش مثلا إنه الجامعة دخلت ولعبت دور تعمل مصالحة، ما شفتش ان الجامعة جت وحاولت ان هي تدي موقف له علاقة بالصراعات العربية، ما شفتش ان الجامعة حاولت ان هي توقف النزيف المستمر في الصراعات العربية.
شوف، الحقيقة ان الجامعة العربية بتتناول كل هذه المشكلات وهذه الجروح من خلال الاجتماعات الدورية لوزراء الخارجية أو القمم، وبيصدر بها قرارات دائمة متفق عليها ومتناقش فيها ويعني تم التداول بها. ولكن هي المشكلة الحقيقية هي إيرادات الدول المشتبكة في النزاع أو الدول التي بها نزاعات. دائما الجامعة العربية مقيدة الحركة في هذا الاتجاه، بمعنى أي حكم موجود في دولة بتتعرض لأزمة دائما يرفض التدخل المباشر للوساطة ولديه رؤيته، وبالتالي دائما من المفضل في الظرف الحالي مع التدخلات الخارجية والأوضاع الداخلية للدول والعلاقات بين الدول العربية وبعضها البعض إن احنا دائما نفضل أن نترك للأمم المتحدة ما يسمى الليد، إن هي تقوم بالفعل، والعرب يخدموا في هذا السياق، الجامعة أقصد. ده اللي احنا
سؤال في صراعات أنا ولا شفت الأمم المتحدة اشتركت فيها ولا جامعة الدول العربية اشتركت فيها.
تمام.
يعني مثلا هكلمك على 3 أزمات. غزة، أنت كنت فين في غزة؟ الجرح النازف في سوريا بالنسبة لوضع الأقليات، ما دول أيضا مواطنين عرب أنت مسؤول عنهم. سواء
لا، فيما يتعلق بغزة الجامعة العربية كان لها يعني اجتهاد قوي جدا ومارست دورها بالكامل فيما يتعلق بتحركات الدول العربية والقرارات الدول العربية والدعوة إلى قمم عربية أو قمم إسلامية والمشاركة في الوفود العربية الإسلامية التي جالت في كل عواصم الدول اللي تحركت، وساعدت في كشف الأداء الإسرائيلي من ناحية، وساعدت في تحويل مواقف الكثير من الدول زي ما شفنا. أحد هذه الدول أسبانيا التي تحدث منذ 10 دقائق رئيس وزراء أسبانيا أخذت القيادة في الاعتراف بالدولة الفلسطينية، تبعتها سلوفينيا، تبعها غيرها من الدول، وفي مقدمتها معروف دول كثيرة جدا، 5 دول: النرويج وأيرلندا وسلوفينيا وأسبانيا، وبعدهم جاءت المبادرة الفرنسية السعودية، وبعدهم جاءت الأمم المتحدة وعملت اجتماعاتها، وبعدين النهاردة في اعتراف ما يقرب من 11 أو 12 دولة أوروبية. ففي تغيير كبير، والتغيير الكبير ده الجامعة العربية كانت أحد المساهمين ولا شك فيه.
سؤال شرير: ليه لم تدخل جامعة الدول العربية في مجلس السلام اللي هو موجود في غزة؟
لأنه الوضع العربي دائما لكي تعمل الجامعة يجب أن تعمل في توافق. المجموعة العربية أو أعضاء الجامعة العربية ليسوا في توافق كامل فيما يتعلق بالبورد اوف بيس. في مجموعة دول 6 دول تقدمت واقتنعت بهذا، بأهمية هذا.
وحضرتك بتقول إن العالم العربي فيه خلافات؟ أول مرة أسمع الحكاية.
لا، في خلافات، لكن هي
مرة أسمع
هي فيها في تناول مختلف. يعني في ليه 6 بس هم اللي اتحركوا؟ 6 لأنهم بيتحركوا، وعلى مدى العامين السابقين بيتحركوا لأنه شايفين أن الحركة مطلوبة جدا في اتجاه تسوية فلسطينية. هناك من لا يرى أن الوضع متاح، هناك من يرى رفض إسرائيل بالكامل. ففي هذا السياق الجامعة العربية لكي تتحرك يفضل دائما أنها تتحرك في سياق واسع. ده بعد، لكن البعد الآخر الجامعة العربية لم تتلقى دعوة أمانة الجامعة العربية لم تتلقى دعوة من رئاسة مجلس السلام للانضمام إليه. لكن حتى لو تلقت الدعوة يجب أن أحظى بتوافق أو رضا للغالبية من الدول لكي أقول نعم سوف ننضم ونشارك.
يعني حضرتك تتخيل مثلا أن يكون في أزمة موجودة زي مثلا روسيا وأوكرانيا، هل دول الاتحاد الأوروبي مش موجودة طرف رئيسي موجود فيها؟ لازم، لأن هي دي المنظمة الإقليمية. تمام. اللي هي لها الدور الفاعل في حماية الأمن
لكن أي عضو من الاتحاد الأوروبي قادر أنه يضع فيتو على الأداء الأوروبي كله فيما يتعلق بأي قضية. يعني لو الاتحاد الأوروبي قال أنا هعترف بدولة فلسطين وطلعت المجر أو طلعت دولة أخرى رافضة،
النظام قايم على الكونسنسس.
بالضبط،
توتال كونسنسس.
تمام.
طيب هنا نيجي لنقطة مهمة جدا. حضرتك يعني لسنوات طويلة مسؤول عن منصب أمين جامعة الدول العربية، قريبا سيأتي نهاية مدتك. خلاصة خبرتك في وقت كان من أشد وأصعب أمور وأوضاع العالم العربي بالذات في صراعاته الإقليمية والخلافات العربية العربية.
شوف
ما الذي تخلص إليه وبماذا تنصح به؟ خد وقتك في الإجابة.
لا هو أنا عارف الإجابة. أولا سوف أعيد الأمانة إلى الدول العربية سليمة لم تكسر، وده في حد ذاته نجاح عظيم أن الجامعة العربية بقيت تتحرك على المسرح الدولي في هذا المقعد أو في غيره رغم كل الظروف التي تعرضت لها في 15 عاما الماضية منذ 2011. دي نقطة أساسية. النقطة الثانية أقول للدول الأعضاء حافظوا على الجامعة العربية بأكبر قدر من العمل الإيجابي، لأنه هناك قوة خارجية تبغي تحطيم النظام العربي، إلغائه وإحلاله بنظام إما إقليمي خاضع للتأثير الدولي الكامل أو لنظام إقليمي خاضع للقوى الإقليمية غير العربية.
لما تسمي الحاجات بمسمياتها، عندك إسرائيل، إيران، تركيا، دي الثلاث دول اللي موجودة
مرات كثيرة وفي كل المنتديات المماثلة لهذه القمة، قمة الحكومات، في كل المنتديات بدون خلاف من أول ميونخ ل أي منتدى آخر بيعقد على المسرح الأوروبي، دائما نسمع من يأتينا ويقول: ولماذا الجامعة العربية قصر على العرب؟ ولماذا لا توسعون الجامعة ولكي تضموا هذا الطرف أو ذاك؟ ولماذا لا تضمون عضوية الدول الدائمة في مجلس الأمن؟ هذا كله سوف يمثل إضعافا شديدا لوحدة العمل العربي المشترك، وسوف يمكن الآخرين من أن يتدخلوا في الشأن العربي وهم على اطلاع على كل ما يصيب هذا النظام من ضعف أو قوة.
بصراحة شديدة سيدي، هل تلمس أن كثير من الدول العربية يفضل أن يتعامل مع الأزمات والصراعات والعلاقات الدولية ليس ككتلة ولكن كطرف واحد وحيد؟
فعلا كده.
طيب
تماما.
لكن كان في نموذج كويس جدا أنا أعجبت به، ويمكن كثير من السادة الحضور، الوفد العربي الإسلامي الذي تفاوض ولف جاب العالم كله من أجل دعم القضية الفلسطينية، واستطاع أن يؤثر في كثير من القرارات
في قضية فلسطين فقط.
في قضية فلسطين، نعم،
في قضية فلسطين فقط، لأن القضية دي بيجمع عليها الجميع. هناك أرض فلسطينية سلبت ومحتلة وينبغي العمل على استعادتها.
طب ليه ما بنشوفش مثلا أن هناك وساطة عربية في الموضوع اليمني، وساطة عربية في الموضوع السوداني، وساطة عربية في الموضوع الليبي؟
بيحصل بس بدون إعلان. بيحصل بس بدون إعلان لأنه النجاح غير مؤكد، والمعوقات أكثر كثيرا من قدرة الوساطة على تحقيق انفراجها، وبالتالي الحذر في الإعلان. لكن دائما في أي جولة يقوم بها الأمين العام أو في أي مقابلة يلتقي فيها بأحد الرؤساء أو أحد المسؤولين الكبار في هذه الدولة أو تلك، دي كلها بتبقى محاولات للوساطة والبحث عن حلول.
سيدي، سؤالي الأخير، هل أنت قلق على محاولة تحريك الأقليات في العالم العربي من سوريا للسودان لليمن
هذا وضع كنا دائما تأتينا تحذيرات من خطورته على وحدة الكثير من الدول التي لا تتمتع بنسيج متكامل، بنسيج موحد. وفعلا هذه الدول تعرضت لهزات كثيرة وما زالت تتعرض، منها العراق، منها سوريا، منها لبنان كان في وضع لا يحصد عليه وما زال هناك صعوباته. لكن بصفة عامة يجب العمل على أن احنا نحافظ على الدولة الوطنية، وأن تفرض سيطرتها على الجميع، وأن تعطي الحقوق للجميع، وأن تكون متساوية ومتكافئة تماما، لا فارق بين هذا أو ذاك.
سيدي انتهى وقتنا، شكرا لك على وقتك وعلمك.
شكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Decisions That Shape Future Governments with Ray Dalio, founder of Bridgewater Associates and Dalio Family Office. This session is moderated by Dan Murphy from CNBC.
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the World Government Summit. I'm Dan Murphy from CNBC, and I'm thrilled to be sitting alongside Ray Dalio for this next conversation as we bring it back to the money and the markets. Ray, welcome again to Dubai. It's great to see you, sir.
Thank you. It's always great to be here.
So let's talk about what's happening in the markets right now, because you have been a macro investor for the better part of 50 years, Ray. When you look at the market gyrations right now, what are the 5 forces that are ultimately driving what's happening at the moment? Because we've seen a lot of volatility through January and the start of February.
Well, thank you for the question. Yes, and the 5 forces. I'll just, one of the things that I learned back in 1971 was that things that surprised me quite often were things that never happened in my lifetime, but happened many times before. Back then, I was a clerk on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I just graduated college, and I was about to go to graduate school. And 1971, Richard Nixon, on August 15th, got on the television and said that we're not going to give you your gold, defaulted on the promise to be able to turn money, cash money in for gold. And I walked on the floor of the stock exchange the next day thinking that this was going to be a great crisis. And the stock market went up. I thought it was going to go down, and I studied in history the valuations. That's the first I was through. And I found that in 1933, Roosevelt did the exact same thing for the exact same reason. I understood the mechanics. And I studied the 30s, and because of that, I was able, and Bridgewater was able, to anticipate the 2008 financial crisis, the European debt crisis, and so on. And so I studied history, and I just recently, about 5 years ago, studied the last 500 years of the patterns of history, particularly on reserve currencies breaking down. And I realized that there is a great cycle and 5 big forces. And those 5 big forces are, first, the money, credit, debt, economic machine, that there's a certain way of that machine operating, and I'll explain it in a second. The second force is related to the economics, is the internal political force in which when there's left and the right emerges and there's periods of great conflict. In the first, just to make it very simple, there's a debt cycle, there's a big debt cycle. And the way it works is it's the same for countries as it is for individuals, except countries can print the money. If your debt rises relative to your incomes and your debt service payments begin to squeeze your spending, you have a problem. And if you have a lot of debt to sell. One man's debts are another man's assets, and you have to sell that. And if there's too much that they own and you're selling a lot, there's a supply-demand problem. And that's happened repeatedly, and that's what's going on now in a way that didn't happen except for the 30s. So we also have then the political, when the left and the right, there are large wealth and values gaps, and so they become irreconcilable differences. You get populism of the left and populism of the right, and so the economic cycle is very much tied to the political cycles. That's the second fourth. The geopolitical cycle. In other words, by the way, all these cycles started really in 1945. The geopolitical cycle. There's a world order. In other words, the world system, and that was dominated by the United States and its way of operating that was a multilateral system. The idea of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, and the World Health Organization and the World Court, and all of that multilateral, which is breaking down now and to become more of a unilateral power type of world order. These three orders, all orders, the monetary order, the political order within a country, the geopolitical order through time, have gone through these cycles, and then roughly about once a lifetime or so, they break down for these reasons. And then number four is acts of nature. Droughts, floods, and pandemics have killed more people than wars and toppled more orders. And then number five force is always through history, technology. Big technology leaps which have the effect of raising living standards, but also being used as weapons for war. So there is that big cycle. In my opinion, as we're looking at, and many people very surprised at what's going on, this is more like watching a movie happen over and over again. You know, history does rhyme. And so what we're seeing is the monetary order changing, breaking down in a certain way. We're seeing the domestic political orders changing, certainly. And we're seeing the geopolitical order changing in very important ways. And then, of course, technology will have and is having a tremendous effect.
Ray, what would you say is the safest store of wealth today? We've seen huge volatility in gold, a significant run-up followed by an historic sell-off. Can you offer your perspective on what's happening with gold and silver right now?
The money is supposed to be a medium of exchange and a storehold of wealth. And right now, there's a questioning of how it will be a storehold of wealth due to, and that questioning is leading particularly to the accumulation of gold, particularly by central banks, although it's gone to sovereign wealth funds and it's gone to beyond that, because the question is, what is money? What is a storehold of money? In 1971, as I described, there was the breakdown of our monetary system where there was a link to gold, and then we created the world created a fiat monetary system. In other words, where it's easy to print money. And as a result of that, we have a lot of debt, and one man's debts are another man's assets. And so there is the dynamic that I was describing. And so the question is, from that supply-demand, there's a lot of risk associated with that. But also historically, when there's great conflicts, there are worries that those capital wars can develop. In other words, in history, in like World War II in Japan, prior to the war, in the United States and Japan had a contentious relationship, and the United States sanctioned Japan, meaning they didn't pay their debts. One could imagine an analogous situation here also in this world today, I'm saying, between China and the United States, or even it's been conjectured and talked about by leaders in different countries about U.S. and European dependency. Because the reverse of a trade deficit, and we hear a lot about trade wars, is capital, that there's a capital imbalance, and capital could be used as a war. So the question really is, what is a safe storehold of wealth? So naturally, gold has been the most used, and prior to 1971 was the choice, and it has unique characteristics because it can be, most others can be controlled or would not be used by central banks. So I think when you say what is money, in reserve currencies, gold is the second largest reserve currencies. I think if people were to make those who are running policies and so on were to say, they would say gold is the safest money in this kind of an environment.
Still the safest.
Yeah, it doesn't change by the day. You know, gold is up about 65% from a year ago and down about 16% from its high. And I think people make the mistake of thinking, is it going to go up and down and should I buy it? And instead, not whether it's individuals, but even more importantly, perhaps central banks or governments or sovereign wealth funds should say, what percentage of my financial assets, what percentage of my portfolio should I have in gold? And think about that percentage. And then if the price goes up and down, if it goes up too much, you sell out to get back to that number, it goes down too much, but to keep a certain percentage, because it's a very effective diversifier to other parts of the portfolio. I think that it's best to say, if you didn't know what markets were going to do, what should my allocation be to different markets? And because gold is a diversifier, in other words, when the bad times come along, it does uniquely well, and when the good times are prosperous, it less so. It's an effective diversifier. So I would say that perspective. I'd say the most important thing is to have a well-diversified portfolio. So I'm not saying run out and buy gold and hot because the market's going to be hot, but more to think strategically about what is the right mix of assets to own, whether you are an individual or a central bank or a country or a sovereign wealth fund.
Ray, you mentioned capital war. Do you believe that we are on the cusp of a capital war? So much of the market focus right now is on the president's trade and tariff agenda. We often talk about the implications of the trade war that we see unfolding. What about a capital war?
We are on the brink. That means not in, but it means we are quite close to, and it would be very easy to go over the brink into a capital war, and because there are mutual fears. For example, if you were to take the conflict even over Greenland related to Europeans and the United States, there could be a fear that European holders of U.S. denominated assets could have, that they could be sanctioned in a sense. They might have a fear in one way or another, and there could be a reciprocal fear on the part of the United States that it could be not get the capital or not get the buy. This is very much similar, by the way, to the UK during the Suez crisis. So capital, money matters, in world. Money buys the military equipment, money matters. And the strength of that money, the reserve currency, and also the willingness to use it, both to make the purchases and so on, the ability to do that, but also the willingness to use it as a leverage. We're seeing capital controls and capital war is taking place all over the world today, and who will experience that is questionable. So we are on the brink. That doesn't mean we are in or close, but it means that it's a logical concern. One who studies history understands that, for example, foreign exchange controls, capital controls are normal. They're the normal things to happen in environments like that. And so naturally, in preparation for that, or to protect oneself against that happening, countries, sovereign wealth funds, central banks, and individuals are making those kinds of provisions.
Ray, let me ask you about the situation in the region as well. It seems as if there's a big debate in Washington, D.C. right now about how to approach the situation regarding Iran. Whether or not to strike is obviously a key consideration for risk asset holders and, of course, policymakers in our part of the world. When you look at the situation around Iran, what's your perspective from a macroeconomic lens, and what is the risk of a hot conflict to your mind?
Well, I have both this big cycle perspective, meaning I recognize that the world order has changed from one that was a multilateral world order which was an idealistic world order because, there were these organizations and they have all representatives and they're going to vote. But the power is what matters most, and the power being in the hands particularly of dominant powers like the United States and China, when the consensus is not the same as the interest of the dominant power, it was logical that what we're having now is a power-based world order, much the same as existed throughout history prior to 1945. So now we're dealing with power. That is my, let's say, bigger picture view. And then how that is done is, to use Donald Trump's expression, is really who's got the cards, who has what powers. And so we will see then the tests of those powers in the various ways. Then we get into complicated subjects. But also, it again reinforces the notion of diversification because, and the power of neutrality. I want to say that in history, in periods such as these or worse, there's winners of wars, losers of wars, and neutral countries. And the winners of wars lose. They lose because they get themselves deeply in debt financially, and they have whatever the scars of the conflict are. The British lost, and so on. The United States lost also. But the losers of the wars get wiped out. Everything changes, and they lose control. Those who do the best are the neutral countries. They actually profit from the wars. The United States, for example, in both of the last world wars, entered late and earned a lot of money. And so if you look at so I'm just generally speaking, I think geographic diversification is important. Knowing how to deal with what you don't know is very important in markets, how to diversify well, where there are places. There basically, I would say there are three things that make a country successful. Simple three things, really, through history. That is, first of all, educate your population well, not only in terms of their ability to be productive and earn money, but also civility. If you raise your children that way, we all want to raise our children that way, and you have a community where they come out in that way, and that they can work well to be together to be productive, with laws and whatever that way of being productive is. So number two is come out to a society where there's ability to be productive and not fight as much, and then avoid both internal wars, sort of civil wars, and international wars. If you could do those things, you can have a prosperous country. And so when I'm looking at the UAE and the region, really, in the Gulf, and so on, I think that those are the great capabilities, and one hopes that they stay out of the military wars and they continue to have that kind of prosperity. Then you get down to tactical things, and then you have to react. But diversification for what you don't know is an effective strategy.
Just on this, would regime change in Iran make this region more investable?
Yes.
You think so?
I think the region is very investable, and I don't think that there's. I think look at the miracles of what's happened, and so I invested here, and I think it's very investable. But to the extent that there's peace and that there's the dream of being able to have everybody operate in a manner that's productive and has education, these ways that I mentioned that countries operate in. Obviously, the conflict with Iran is a big issue, and all I'm saying is if peace was, whether that's regime change, it would seem to be, but I'm not, again, an expert on the geopolitical, but I would say whatever is bringing about a greater stability and a greater harmony, I don't think it's greatly affected it, but it has affected that perspective.
Ray, we really appreciate your insights. We have about a minute left, so I wanted to get this question in because we are, of course, here at the World Government Summit. Ray, what would you say is the biggest challenge or risk facing governments in this part of the world through 2026 and beyond?
I would say just keep doing what you're doing. You know, I've been coming to Abu Dhabi since for 32 years, and I saw how it was raised by Sheikh Zayed, and I've seen Dubai. And it's the three main forces that I described to create an environment of civility and vibrance in which people can have the freedom to be creative together. My son, I have a son and daughter-in-law, 3 grandchildren. They go to school here. The schools are good. So it's stay out of the wars, you know, just keep doing what you're doing.
We'll leave it on that positive note. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on another fabulous event, and please thank Mr. Ray Dalio.
Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية بعنوان صناعة مستقبل التنقل في المدن مع معالي مطر الطاير، المدير العام ورئيس مجلس المديرين في هيئة الطرق والمواصلات في دبي. تحاوره مينا العريبي رئيس التحرير ذا ناشونال. فليتفضل معاليه مشكورا.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Shaping the Future of Mobility in Cities with His Excellency Matar Al-Tayr, Director General and Chairman of the Board of Executive Directors of the Roads and Transport Authority in Dubai. This session is moderated by Mina Al-Uraibi, Editor-in-Chief of The National. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
السلام عليكم ومساء الخير. شكرا لانضمامكم لهذه الجلسة. أتشرف أكون مع معالي مطر الطاير اللي هو طبعا أشهر من نار على علم، ونتحدث اليوم عن أهمية طبعا المدن الحديثة العالمية وخير مدينة عالمية هنا في دبي لتستضيفنا اليوم. معاليك، نلتقي اليوم في وقت الحديث يكثر عن التغييرات اللي نشهدها، تكنولوجية، بيئية، غير ذلك. وطبعا سمعنا من معالي محمد القرقاوي أيضا أنه إحنا على وشك عهد جديد للبشرية. وجهة نظركم كيف تكون ملامح المدينة الحديثة الكبيرة في وسط هذه المتغيرات؟
شكرا. أنا في البداية يسعدني ويشرفني التواجد في هذا التجمع العالمي لصناع القرار. إذا أردنا أن نصف المرحلة القادمة التي تمر بها المدن يمكن نصفها بكلمة واحدة، فهي التسارع. وطبعا التسارع في 3 أشياء رئيسية. تسارع في النمو وتسارع في التكنولوجيا وفي توقعات الناس. طبعا الكثير يعلم أن أكثر من 55% من سكان العالم الآن يعيشون في المدن. في عام 2050 بيصل العدد هذا إلى 70%. في دبي عندنا معدل نمو السكان يصل إلى 7%، مقارنة عالميا الرقم دائما يكون في حدود 2%. طبعا في دبي يمكن السكان النهاري يتجاوز 6 مليون نسمة، واستقبلنا حوالي 17 مليون سائح في 2025 بزيادة 5% عن العام اللي قبله. معلومات لأول مرة يمكن تطلع في دبي أبغي أشارككم فيها. عدد السيارات الفارهة المسجلة في دبي وصلت إلى 170 ألف سيارة. القيمة التراكمية الأرقام المميزة في دبي خلال آخر 3 سنوات وصل قيمتها إلى 1.7 هذا أكبر دليل أن دبي تستقطب أصحاب الثروات وكبار المستثمرين للعيش فيها. طبعا هذا كله يشكل ضغط كبير على البنية التحتية. إذا نشوف دور الحكومات في المرحلة الجاية شو بيكون الآن، يعني دور الحكومات دور مشقل. المرحلة الجاية بيكون منظم وبيكون ممكن مشان اللي بيقود العمل في المرحلة الجاية هو القطاع الخاص. طبعا في دبي عندنا تحديات كثيرة، والشيء الجميل أن تم إصدار قانون تنظيم الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص، وهذا هو اللي بيحدد الإطار التنظيمي بين الإطار العام والإطار الخاص. طبعا نحن بكل فخر في الRTA خلال 3-4 سنوات اللي طافوا أسسنا 4 شركات الحمد لله ناجحة تقارب قيمتها فوق 80 مليار، اللي هي شركة سالك، شركة باركن، ومدى ميديا، بالإضافة إلى تاكسي دبي. واضح أن الخدمات دائما لما لاحظنا هاي من خلال الخبرة 3-4 سنوات لما تحولت إلى شركات وإلى قطاع خاص أصبحت الخدمة أفضل من الخدمة اللي كانت تقدمها الRTA، ولأن كل شيء مرتبط بالأداء. من القصص الشركات الناجحة أيضا نحن كنا من أوائل الحكومات اللي وقعنا مع شركة أوبر اتفاقية مشان تنظيم الحجز الإلكتروني. أيضا أنشأنا شركة هلا تاكسي بالشراكة مع كريم، كانت خفضت زمن الرحلة بالانتظار من 25 دقيقة تصوروا إلى 3 دقائق. والآن وقعنا مع 3 شركات عالمية، شراكات عالمية مع جوبي ومع بايدو ومع أوبر. هذه الشركات ساهمت في انتقال دبي من مدينة تعتمد على المركبات إلى مدينة ترتكز على الإنسان. طبعا أنا أسأل كثير من رؤساء الشركات ليش اشمعنى دبي، يعني كلهم جاوبوا في 3 أسباب ليش دبي. السبب الأول وضوح الرؤية، السبب الثاني سرعة اتخاذ القرار، والسبب الثالث دعم القيادة. هذا باختصار يمكن يجاوب على السؤال الأول. يعني
والله معاليك جاوبتني على أكثر من سؤال، أشكرك ضمن هذا الملخص. مثل ما تفضلت يعني نحن نحتاج إلى قرار سليم، إلى بيئة تستقطب هذه التكنولوجيات الموجودة. كثير من الحكومات عندها تردد أنه تستثمر في تقنيات مثلا التاكسي الجوي، فكيف فلسفة رؤية دبي في الاستثمار بتقنيات المستقبل؟ نشوف هنا في إقبال، بالعكس إذا كانت حكومة دبي أو حكومة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
نحن نشوف حتى على مستوى اتحادي حكومة دولة الإمارات وحكومة دبي، لو تشوفين القرارات اللي طلعت من أوائل الوزراء اللي طلعوا وزير للمستقبل. ما كان في أي حكومة أول حكومة تسوي وزير للمستقبل لأهمية هذا الموضوع في دولة الإمارات. وثانيا حكومة دبي دائما تركز على المستقبل وفيها مؤسسات تعنى بذلك. خلال 20 سنة اللي طافوا في البنية التحتية فقط استثمرت حكومة دبي تقريبا 175 مليار. طبعا هذا دعم الاقتصاد، هذا دعم كبير للاقتصاد. النقطة الثانية، دبي فقط لا تعتمد على الشيء المادي ولكن تعتمد على 3 عناصر: استثمار جريء، قرار حاسم، وتنفيذ قبل الموعد. دائما تشوفين مشاريعنا 10 سنوات قدام. بشارككم أثر المشاريع اللي نفذت في السنوات اللي طافت. وفرنا ما يقارب من 319 مليار في تكلفة الوقت والوقود. ساهمنا في مبلغ قدر 156 مليار في الناتج الإجمالي المحلي لإمارة دبي. نحو تقريبا 32 مليار في الاستثمار في القطاع وخدمات الدعم اللوجستي والتوزيع. خفضنا الحوادث المرورية من 22 إلى 1.8 لكل 100,000 من السكان خلال السنوات اللي طافت. هذا بالأرقام، هذه النتائج. يعني
النتائج طبعا أيضا تأتي لأنه تعلنون عن مشاريع وبعدين يصير التطبيق الفعلي. وأحيانا نسمع عن مشاريع نقول صعب كيف راح يطبقوها، فكيف تنتقلون من مشاريع التجريبية إلى التطبيق الفعلي، خصوصا فيما يخص التاكسي الجوي؟ كثير من الناس عندهم اهتمام بالتاكسي الجوي، أيضا المركبات ذات القيادة.
نحن دائما طال عمرك نبدأ بموضوع التجربة، دائما تجربة. وفي دبي تعتبر مختبر، يمكن مدينة فيها مختبر على مستوى عالمي. معظم المشاريع الاستراتيجية اللي نبغي نطبقها نبدأ بالتجارب، وطبعا ثم ننتقل لمرحلة التنظيم ثم التشغيل، لأن إذا بعد ما شيء قوانين حتى تسيطر على موضوع التجربة بتكون في فوضى. النقطة الثانية، مشان ننتقل في نراعي 4 معايير أساسية لكل المراحل: الجاهزية التقنية، الجاهزية التنظيمية اللي يقصد فيها القوانين وغيرها، الجاهزية التشغيلية، ومعايير السلامة، لأن أي خطأ أي شيء يمكن يؤدي إلى إيقاف هذا المشروع، أي مشروع كان. والنتائج على الأرض، نحن يمكن سابقا تكلمنا عن التاكسي الجوي، ونستعد رسميا لإطلاق هذه الخدمة في نهاية العام الجاري 26. سيطلق أوردي تقريبا نحن واصلين مرحلة 70-80% من هذا المشروع. مركبات ذاتية القيادة، ويمكن في القمة موجودة سيارات، وبنبدأ خلال المرحلة الجاية يمكن ب100 سيارة تشتغل في مناطق محددة في دبي. وإن شاء الله خلال الربع الأول بيكون سيارات ذاتية القيادة تشتغل في دبي في أكثر عن منطقة في الإمارة. بنبدأ 100 ويمكن بننتقل ل1000 بمراحل. طبعا في أكثر عن شركة، ولكن بنبدأ بشركة صينية طبعا.
في الربع الأول من هذا العام ولا العام المقبل؟
الربع الأول من هذا العام.
ما شاء الله.
نعم.
طيب أحب العالم كله طبعا عنده اهتمام بموضوع المركبات ذاتية القيادة. كيف دبي قدرت تكون هي في الصدارة في تحديد قيادة هذا النوع من التطور التقني اللي صاير؟
أهم شيء في كل شيء، يعني الدوائر الوزارات موجودة في كل دول العالم، وفرق العمل موجودة في كل، ولكن السر في دبي هو القرار، مش التكنولوجيا، القرار، سرعة اتخاذ القرار، وهذا هو سر نجاح مشاريع دبي. النقطة الثانية، في 2016 وضعت دبي هدف واضح اللي هو 25% من إجمالي وسائل النقل ستكون ذاتية القيادة بحلول 2030. هذا في الخطة من 2016. طبعا الموضوع ما كان فقط تقني بل اقتصادي وبيئي، تقليل الحوادث المرورية بنسبة 90%، خفض التكاليف المرتبطة بالتنقل وفي أرقام بذكرها لاحقا، تقليل الانبعاثات، ورابعا تحسين كفاءة استخدام الطريق. أيضا هذا يأثر على سعة الطريق ويأثر على الكثافة اللي بتستخدم الطريق. طبعا ركزنا على بناء تحالفات وعملنا يعني في مجال غير مسبوق في المنطقة، ونختار شركائنا بعناية. شو المعايير؟ عندنا حوالي 5 معايير: معيار السلامة، النضج التقني، الجاهزية التشغيلية، حوكمة البيانات. موضوع البيانات مهم جدا، والتكامل مع منظومة التنقل، لأن التنقل مش فقط لازم نعمل، تعرفون، انتجريشن، لازم نركز على رصف بعض المناطق مشان يصير موضوع التكامل والتواصل بين كل أنظمة النقل. طبعا نحن نفذنا مشاريع ضخمة مثل مشروع المترو، التاكسي الجوي، المركبات ذاتية القيادة، وفي عندنا مراكز تحكم. في دبي عندنا مركزين يمكن ما يقلن عن المراكز اللي في هونغ كونغ، سنغافورة وطوكيو. مركزين كلفن الحكومة 1,600,000، مركز تحكم للمواصلات ومركز تحكم الITS. يمكن من شهر تم اعتماد 500 مليون إضافية مشان نتوسع أيضا. خلال 3 سنوات بتكون كل الآن 60% من الإشارات الضوئية مربوطة بمركز التحكم، خلال 3 سنوات بتكون كل الإشارات الضوئية مربوطة بمراكز التحكم، وكل وسائل النقل الآن تدار من قبل الECQ أو مركز التحكم المواصلات، واللي هو يعني مثل موجود فيه، ويديرون كوادر وطنية. أيضا نحن دربنا كوادر وطنية في هذا الشأن مشان تدير المراكز هاي للمرحلة القادمة.
معاليك أعطيتنا معلومات ثرية، وأيضا فكرة أنظمة التنقل المتكاملة، ولكن أيضا في قمة الحوار اللي عقدت قبل أيام قليلة حضرتك قلت رح يكون عندكم إعلان جديد، مشروع جديد، فممكن تشاركنا، عندك خبر إلنا للصحفيين اللي نطلع إيش مشاريع دبي الجديدة؟
نعم، نحن دائما من خلال القمة العالمية للحكومات نحن نعلن عن مشاريع سواء كانت تجريبية أو نبدأ فيها بدراسات. ونتيجة لذلك الشيخ حمدان، سمو الشيخ حمدان ولي عهد دبي، أعلن قبل 10 شهور فقط، قبل 10 أشهر، أنه بيكون في مشروع جديد، ووقع مذكرة تفاهم، خلانا نوقع مع شركة بحضوري طبعا، مع شركة عالمية اللي هي يملكها إيلون ماسك. وقعنا اتفاقية من 10 أشهر. أحسن نشوف الفيديو وبعدين بكمل.
قبل عام واحد فقط وقعت دبي اتفاقية شراكة استراتيجية مع شركة The Boring Company. واليوم تفي دبي بوعدها بإطلاق المشروع. دبي لوب، مشروع أيقوني يجسد رؤية دبي للتنقل الذكي، وحل مبتكر ومستدام يعيد تعريف رحلات الميل الأول والأخير. يعتمد التصميم على إنشاء أنفاق بالشراكة مع شركة The Boring Company، حيث تكون هذه الأنفاق أحادية الاتجاه لكل مسار وموزعة تحت المنطقة المستهدفة بمسارات مخصصة ومحطات سطحية ونفقية. مع دبي لوب تبدأ الرحلة بانسيابية كاملة وبأسلوب غير مسبوق. يربط المشروع أهم المناطق التجارية والسكنية والسياحية ومناطق الفعاليات. دبي لوب خطوة مبتكرة تؤكد ريادة دبي في تصميم حلول مدن المستقبل.
أنا ذكرت سابقا أن من خلال القمة العالمية نعلن عن مشاريع. المصداقية تبين معظم المشاريع اللي أعلنا عنها في القمة العالمية سواء تم تنفيذها أو ما تم تنفيذها. المشروع هذا اليوم أنا صباحا بموافقة حكومة دبي وقعت العقد ويا شركة بورينج التنفيذ، وإن شاء الله التنفيذ بيكون من سنة لسنتين تقريبا. والمشروع هذا أول مرة طبعا في كاليفورنيا يشتغل في أجزاء معينة، ولكن نحن ثاني مدينة بعد كاليفورنيا ننفذ هذا المشروع. وطبعا المشروع يمكن بيخدم المشروع الكلي بيغطي 24 كيلومتر في دبي، وبنبدأ بالمرحلة الأولى وتكلفته تقريبا 2.5 مليار، وبنبدأ في المرحلة الأولى تقريبا ب 600 مليون فورا يمكن من اليوم.
600 مليون درهم أو دولار؟
لا 600 مليون درهم، لأن حوالي تقريبا 6 كيلو. لأن شيء مهم لازم أقوله، التقنية هاي البورينج كومباني يسوون تقنية تختلف عن شركات ثانية. شو الخلاف؟ في الكوست، وبعد في أمور تقنية شيئين يختلفون. أولا التقنية الكيلو بالطريقة حفر الشركة هاي يكلف حوالي 70 مليون درهم. الكيلو اللي يكلف بخطوط الأنفاق تقريبا يكلف 125 مليون تقريبا. في فرق يعني في التكاليف. هاي أول نقطة. والنقطة الثانية من ناحية فنية، الفرق أنك لما تبدأ تحفر النوع الثاني اللي مال القطارات لازم تمشي على مسافة 700 متر لكيلو بشكل مستقيم، ومن ثم تبدأ الحفر. هذه التقنية تنزل تدريجيا وثم تمشي بطريق مستقيم. الأسلوب مختلف وسهل. طبعا من المتوقع وفائدة هذا المشروع النقل من الميل الأول والأخير، يعني تنتقل من نقطة لنقطة يسمونها الميل في المواصلات، الميل الأول والأخير يخدم هالنوعية من المشاريع. بينقل حوالي تقريبا 13,000 شخص راكب في اليوم، وبيكون في المنطقة اللي تكلمنا نحن عن منطقة المركز المالي والتجاري ودبي مول والمنطقة المهمة هاي. نحن تقدرون تقولون هاي منطقة تقريبا العاصمة التجارية لدبي، بتخدم المناطق هذه. وهذا بيضيف شيء كبير للمشاريع النوعية في دبي. هذا واحد من المشاريع النوعية صراحة اللي أول مرة ينفذ في المنطقة، وبيضيف أشياء كثيرة للبنية التحتية في إمارة دبي.
وفي سرعة تنفيذ مهمة، يعني خلال سنتين إن شاء الله متوقع يكون.
نعم. نحن حاطين هذه المرحلة الأولى، وإن شاء الله حتى المرحلة الثانية نحاول نبدأ قبل يعني، ولكن خلينا نبدأ المرحلة الأولى أول.
مبروك التوقيع. مع الأسف الوقت ما يسمح لنا أن نخوض في تفاصيل أخرى، بس قبل ما نختم الجلسة معاليك أحب أسألكم رسالة تودون كل من شاركنا هنا في القاعة أو يكون يتابع الندوة هذه عبر الإنترنت. ما هي رسالتكم في وقت أن العالم يشهد هذه التغييرات، بناء مدينة حديثة نابضة مثل دبي؟
بالنسبة لنا نحن نحب نوجه 3 رسائل، مش رسالة. أنت طلبت مني رسالة، أنا بقول لك 3. الرسالة الأولى في دبي نحن عندنا هنا لا ننتظر التكنولوجيا، بل نصنع البيئة التي تنجح فيها. هذه أول رسالة. الرسالة الثانية، القمة العالمية للحكومات ولا زالت أنا أشوفها هي منصة انطلاق لأهم المشاريع الاستراتيجية، وكل شيء في دبي تم الإعلان عنه من خلال هذه القمة الحمد لله تم تنفيذه. معناته في كوميتمنت من أي شيء يطرح في هذه القمة أن ينفذ على أرض الواقع. وأخيرا أنا أطلب من الجميع إذا أي حد عنده أفكار أو مشاريع أو مبادرات أو برامج يبعثها لنا في الRTA. نحن هدفنا الأساسي أن نجعل حياة الناس أجود حياة، ونسهل عليهم ونحن مستعدين، وخلال 4 أشهر 5 أشهر إن شاء الله بندرس هذه الأشياء وبنعلن عنها مشان تضاف لرصيدنا من الإنجازات. فالجميع مدعو إذا عنده أي حد اقتراح يبعث للRTA ومستعدين للتنفيذ.
وبهذه الدعوة الكريمة نشكركم على الجلسة معاليكم، وشكرا لكم للاستماع والحضور. شكرا.
شكرا. شكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled, What Should Governments Be Optimizing For? With His Excellency Chering Tobgay, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan, and John Hope Bryant, Founder, Chairman, and CEO of Operation Hope and Bryant Group Ventures.
Good afternoon, delegates. I think that you have a very special treat with this incredible leader from Bhutan. And it is not what I think many expect it to be. We've already become, I think, good friends backstage for unexpected but good reason. His mother and mine both encouraged us. And while his mother worked on a road that connected his country with India, he went to become an engineer at the University of Pittsburgh and then went on to Harvard, to the Kennedy School, to perfect his leadership in public policy. And now it's come full circle back to and for his country. His story, His Excellency's story, and the story of Bhutan is a signal for the world. Why? In and after the civil rights movement in the United States, Mr. Prime Minister, we talked about backstage, we had a situation where there were states and cities that were larger than ours, more economically prosperous than Atlanta, where I live, and they should have won. They should have won economically, politically, socially, with regard to society, their position in society. But they were locked in struggle. They had an old business plan. They refused to change. They refused to evolve. They refused to find a way to work together. They thought that capitalism had to be brutal. The result of that is, and by the way, one city, literally named after a city in England for Industrial Revolution, should have been where the airport was positioned. Today, Atlanta is the busiest airport in the world. Today is the 10th largest economy in the United States. A city too busy to hate. We found another way, and that economy is now bigger than all the states that surround it. The city economy is bigger than all the states around it. As I think about, Your Excellencies, I think about your opportunity. I think you're a little ahead of your time. And I want to challenge you on this, and I want to ask you what you think about this. Wellness is now a new normal priority for most people. Most leaders here are successful, but without good health, what good is it? And I think that as a market opportunity.
Thank you, John. First, I'm delighted to be here. I want to thank the government of the UAE for allowing us to take part in the World Government Summit. It's a very important summit, and more so because of the issues you discuss And I'm delighted to be with John here on this panel on what is it that governments should focus on. Indeed, what is it that governments should be optimizing? Before we get to wellness, let me, after meeting John, who's a serial entrepreneur who does good, he is obsessed with doing good, and absolutely delightful to meet John. And even while we were speaking, I did some research. And, the world, look at our resources. And if you want to see how governments had functioned, look at how resources are now allocated, because that is a function of what governments optimize. 0.1% of the global population control 14% of the global resources. 1% of the global population control 37% of global resources. And 10% of the global population, they control 75% of global resources, just 10% of the global population, against 75% of global resources. Half the world's population controls just 2% of the global resources, just 2%. And how much is half the world's population? That's 4 billion people control just 2% of the global resources. On the other hand, 0.0001% of the global population control 2% of global resources. So on the one hand, 0.0001% of the world's population, that's 60,000 people, just 60,000 people, control the same amount of resources as half the world's population. The divide between the rich and the poor, the rich countries and the poor countries, and within countries has been growing. So we have to conclude that the world's governments have been optimized for just that, to reward a small fraction of our individual populations in our own countries. We are fortunate in Bhutan. You talked about well-being. In Bhutan, our kings, our enlightened monarchs have always said that if the government cannot create happiness for its people, the government should not exist. And it is our kings who have given us the development philosophy of gross national happiness. Our kings have said that economic growth is important, but it is not the only thing that's important. It's economic growth and social progress, and cultural preservation, and environmental conservation, and good governance. And as a result, we have thrived as a small country. As a resource-wise, we are a poor country, but because we have free access to education and healthcare, and our culture is vibrant, and our environment, we are the only one of the few carbon-negative countries. We are a biodiversity hotspot. We are a vibrant democracy. And all of this is a result of gross national happiness, which we believe promotes the well-being and happiness of our people.
You rank right up there with Norway with regard to happiness as a context for others understanding what you've achieved there. And of course, they are one of the best performing in the world economically.
Well, it depends how you define happiness. Norway's happiness is quite different from our happiness.
Of course.
We have to remember that we are from the global south. We are one of the poorest countries in the world. Norway is one of the richest countries in the world. And the type of happiness we measure is different. In our case, we take measurements very seriously. It's very technical. We don't measure happiness per se, we measure gross national happiness. And we want to see where we are as a society, as a government, in terms of gross national happiness. And that measurement is very serious business. We look at living standard, health, education, environment, governance, but we also look at community, culture, psychological well-being, time use at a national level, and this is how we measure gross national happiness.
What I want the audience to hear, and now you're pivoting to that, is it's not just, I mean, to me, one of the great achievements you have is you've maintained your spiritual base your humanity. At the same time, you're raising standards of living. At the same time, you're environmentally responsible. At the same time, you're, I think, raising the vibration, if you will, the frequency for your people and your surrounding environments. These things are not mutually exclusive. They can be done at the same time. What I want this audience to understand is these are potentially investors and partners. People watching are investors and partners. Is that what I understand from talking to you and looking at the data and seeing that you're already leading in financial literacy. You're already leading in environmental neutrality with regard to the negatives, stopping the negatives and promoting the positives. That you have an untapped potential for GDP growth on top of a happiness growth index based on, I mean, we're talking in the back about just wellness as an industry. That is something that I think is going to become a huge, huge multi-billion-dollar sector, and you could, just in your region, and you could literally base that in Bhutan. And I think that there are artificial intelligence, technology, really empowering. You and I share this vision of unleashing untapped human potential at scale. That's what I see happening in Bhutan, and that's what you're already increasing standard of living. You're already increasing GDP. I think the next 10 years you could become one of 10 models for responsible growth and what I call good capitalism in the world. What do you say to that?
His Majesty the King has said that gross national happiness is more important than GDP.
Yes.
And that should summarize everything that you just mentioned. And gross national happiness emphasizes that the happiness and well-being of the people must occupy the center, front and center of the development agenda. And so we've made some successes. But we are also, we have to admit, that we are in a world that obsesses with optimizing GDP growth, economic growth, and sometimes mindlessly. What is the objective of such fast-paced and enormous economic growth? You need to ask ourselves that question if we want governments to optimize their services. And so in Bhutan, His Majesty the King has now taken GNH, gross national happiness, to another level. He's established a special administrative region called the Gelifu Mindfulness City, GMC. So the GMC is a 2,600 square kilometer area located along a border with India. And this city has been established as a special administrative region, which means that it has its own government, own lawmaking process, own laws, own judiciary, own currency, own central bank. And it's like a mini state. In fact, it's bigger than some of the countries. It's 3 times the size of Singapore.
Wow.
The opportunity that His Majesty has provided is, how do you replicate gross national happiness, and how do you take GNH to the next level in a small country that has been newly created?
But this special region is bigger than Singapore. This is
3 times the size of Singapore. It's already established, already has its laws, and remember, you have the opportunity of crafting your own laws. You don't have the legacy of existing laws in the country. It is really the creation of a special, not just a special administrative region, definitely not a special economic zone, but literally a separate country. It's one country, 2 systems. And the focus there is going to be on sustainability and mindfulness, spirituality, conservation, but also on business, the right type of business, capitalism, the right type of capitalism, finance, technology, clean energy. And we are very excited. John, you mentioned that there are a lot of investors out here looking to do good business. I invite them to visit us, have a visit to our country, see what we are doing with GMC, and that invitation starts with you, sir.
Oh, I plan on coming. You had me at hello. I was a new fan within 2 minutes of us meeting. And I don't think that people understand you can't just be looking at what's in the headlines right now. And as an entrepreneur, I can tell you this, you have to look at where the puck is going, as they would say in hockey. You've got to look around the corner because rainbows only follow storms. You cannot have a rainbow without a storm first. Every big business was once a small one. Every big country was once a small one. Every big economy was once a small one. And what I'm telling you is someone who has personally directed $5 billion of capital into underserved communities and pioneered areas of financial literacy in the biggest economy in the country and created policy there and gave respectability for a group of people in markets that were not respected. I believe, based on what I'm seeing and hearing from you, that under your leadership and the King's leadership, you have an opportunity to do both things at the same time. Enhance happiness and joy at a time where I think people are really lonely, they're depressed, they're looking for meaning in their lives, and technology increases will only amplify that. So this purpose and meaning, at the same time, wanting to do well and do good, wanting to participate in capitalism and free enterprise and opportunity. I think that those two things together make you potentially an unstoppable force. And the space you have, three times the size of Singapore. Singapore is a model that that Atlanta used. I mean, Atlanta's economy is the same size as Singapore today, 580 billion. Again, that's bigger than every state around, this little city than every state around it. You could do much more than that because you are a sovereign nation. And I believe that increasingly the world's going and world leaders are going to hunger for sunshine after the rain.
Well, as an entrepreneur and as a successful entrepreneur, manifold, what I can say is come and visit us and see what we're doing, especially at the GMC, the Galefu Mindfulness City. And you will see that the puck is going in the right direction.
Yes.
And as an entrepreneur, you will have a nose for early successes. I can tell you that you're going to identify this as an early success.
Well, you already have me. I'm coming. As we wrap up, is there a word that you have for the audience, or the delegates who are here and those who are watching online? Is there something you'd like to leave them with as a vision for your country, your king, and your people?
His Majesty the King is taking us on a remarkable journey. The road so far has been very successful. We have succeeded beyond our wildest dreams. As a country, as a society, in one generation, we are all educated, we are living longer, more comfortably. We have a unique culture that we identify with and we can celebrate. Our environment is still intact. We are a biodiversity hotspot. We are a carbon negative country. We have a vibrant democracy. So we are very, very fortunate. But we know that things are going to change and change fast. There are going to be rain. There are going to be storms ahead. And we've got to be prepared. And part of preparations, His Majesty the King has outlined and given us his royal vision of the Galefu Mindfulness City. This is a unique opportunity for us, our future generations, but I do believe it is an opportunity for the world also. So if there is any message, well, I don't have a message, I have an invitation. Come and visit Bhutan and join us on this very, very important journey. You won't regret it.
I want to thank the United Arab Emirates, the World Government Summit, my friends here who lead this effort, for yourself having a vision for Dubai and for the nation that's not very dissimilar from what you've heard here from the Prime Minister. It's doing well and doing good, doing well by doing good, good capitalism in a stressed and strained world, a rainbow after the storm. Will you join me in saying thank you to a visionary leader for the future, the Prime Minister of Bhutan?
Thank you, boss.
you very much, Your Excellency. A powerful discussion, I think, on the importance of innovation, resilience in the world today. We're going to continue exploring some of those topics with our next guest, who of course has experience running one of the largest economies in the world. Now, the Right Honourable Liz Truss is the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Now, since leaving office, she has remained a polarising figure on markets and economic policy, known for her clear and unapologetic views on how governments should approach growth. She joins us for a special discussion here at the World Government Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Truss to the stage. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, I know you've flown in this morning, so thank you very much. What a pleasure to welcome you here at the World Government Summit. Now, lots of things to ask you today about where the world is sitting, but for a moment, let us quickly address the elephant in the room, because of course your leadership was of course defined by the rather disastrous mini budget of 2022. We saw markets react not very well to that. So as we gather here today, and we have policymakers, government figures, leading CEOs in the room today, tell me, Secretary Truss, why do you feel...
First of all, it's not Secretary.
Okay.
But the line that you are repeating is essentially a false narrative about what happened. And what actually happened was Britain's pension market had been very badly regulated. We had a lot of pension funds that were exposed to rises in interest rates. What was happening in 2022, as well as very high energy prices, we also had interest rates rising across the world, including in America, including Japan, and including in Europe. The reason that there was a spike in gilts in 2022, and the Bank of England later confirmed this in a report they issued in 2024, was because of the LDI crisis. And the night before we announced the mini budget, which was a package of measures to get growth going in the British economy, the Bank of England announced the sale of £40 billion worth of gilts, which kind of set off a chain reaction. And what has happened subsequently, and in fact, the Wall Street Journal produced a documentary about this called The Prime Minister versus the Blob, and in which they described the British press as incurious and unserious. And I think we have a serious problem in Britain that our economic institutions have failed the country for the last 30 years. We've had economic stagnation, we've had quantitative easing, which led to a huge rise in asset prices. It's pushed young people out of the housing market, but the economic establishment does not want to acknowledge their failings. So they like to point the finger at me, but you can look at all the evidence about what's caused Britain's stagnation. The real reasons: high taxes, high regulations, some of the highest energy prices in the world thanks to not using our oil and gas reserves and instead pursuing net zero policies that have turned out to be economically suicidal. And you can conduct a comparison with the United States of America. So in the year 2000, British GDP per capita was almost the same as the United States of America. By the year 2025, their GDP is 50% higher per capita. Why is that? Well, their energy prices are a quarter what they are in the UK. So that doesn't just benefit traditional manufacturing industries, it also benefits industries like AI, like crypto, that are very energy intensive. So we have had a failing economic policy for a long time. I tried to change that in 2022 by getting rid of the windfall tax on oil and gas, by getting on with fracking, by not raising corporation tax. And one of the reasons there are so many British people in Dubai now is because our taxes are so high. And if you look at what has happened, and we've had the counterfactual of what has happened since the mini budget wasn't implemented, and it wasn't implemented because there was essentially rebellion by the British economic institutions, every single metric has got worse.
Well,
so gilt prices have been worse under this Labour government. Debt is higher, unemployment is higher, growth is lower. You know, it's pretty hard to see what has improved as a result of implementing more of the same policies.
And I want to ask you your thoughts on net zero and the UK as a whole in just a moment. But first, let's talk a little bit about where we are in the world today. Start of 2026, as we come here together, of course, there's a number of geopolitical crises around the world. The war in Ukraine is still continuing. The crisis in Gaza still remains to be seen. And against the backdrop of this, we're also seeing tensions between the US and Iran, and the fact that governments are continuing to roll over large amounts of debt at high interest rates. We're seeing Japan, who's got snap elections later this week. So with your understanding of the world economy today, where would you say is the greatest economic risk that governments are still underestimating today?
Well, I would say it's a debt crisis. And we can see this in the UK. Our debt is almost 100% of GDP. We can see it in France. They are in very serious trouble. We can see it in the United States of America. We can see it in Japan, where, again, there is serious trouble. What is the problem? Well, basically, a lot of the Western economies, particularly Western Europe, have been living beyond their means. We have not been generating the economic growth. We have not been generating the productive capacity. Instead, we've been consuming, and we've grown in debt. And to me, the two people who are trying to take this on, actually there's three people who are trying to take this on. One is Donald Trump. He is trying to shift the American economy from consumption to production. He's trying to reindustrialize, reshore, and deal with the massive mistake of allowing China to essentially become the outsourced vehicle for American manufacturing. Javier Milei is again trying to outrun these factors in Argentina by radically cutting the size of the state and deregulating. And Sanai Takaichi is trying to take this on in Japan, which is a massive challenge. But you know, what I was trying to do in 2022, and this is the challenge for elected politicians, is it's very, very difficult to cut the size of the state in the short term. First of all, because of the political pressure. And we can see the struggles Labour has had to deal with the welfare budget. It's also difficult to cut the size of government in the short term because you have to pay redundancy, you have to restructure. Anybody who runs a corporation understands that this is a process that takes time. So therefore, what you have to do is you have to try and ensure that the private sector is growing faster than the public sector. You essentially have to outrun the debt. And what do you need to do that? Well, you need growth to be higher. That's why things like reducing energy costs are so important. It's why low taxes are so important. It's why deregulating is so important. And the story of Britain and France is that we have done none of those things. That's the story.
And I want to ask you about energy in just a moment. But first, I want to pick up on what you were saying. I know you're a big proponent on your podcast of a Trump-style economic reset for the UK. But I have to say, when we look at America, you mentioned the growing debt. Of course, federal debt there has passed $38 trillion. Consumer confidence is at its lowest level in the States for 10 years. Growth is slowing around 1.5%. There's policy uncertainty that's rattling markets as well. And of course, we've had the problems with tariffs as well, increasing the cost of goods for everyday people. Germany this week has spoken the fact about it feels that its alliances with trusted alliances like the US is also crumbling as well. Why should then countries copy an economic model that brings a lot of this chaos?
Well, what we've had up to now in the West is managed decline. It's a kind of acceptance that over time, the Western economies will be eclipsed by economies like China, which I think is the number one strategic threat to Western civilization. Trump is shaking that up. And in shaking that up, he is taking on the international institutions who have backed managed decline, who've backed Keynesian economics, who've backed things like DEI and net zero, which have actually damaged economic competitiveness. That's the reality. I mean, China is building coal-fired power stations. A lot of the agreements that have been reached have damaged Western economies. They've not damaged our competitors. So Trump is taking that head on. And of course, that creates what you describe as, disruption, because he is trying to take on a failing economic system that is not working. And it's not just not working for Western economies as a whole, it's particularly not working for the working class and middle classes in our countries. If you look at the industrial decline that there is in states like Pennsylvania, which voted for Donald Trump, as a result of Clinton allowing China to join the World Trade Organization on developing country terms and essentially outsourcing those jobs. So yes, any change is painful, and there's a hell of a load of vested interests in the current economic system. The central banks, the major banks, the financial system, and we've seen a financialization as well of the British economy and the US economy at the expense of areas like manufacturing. So of course those people are going to squeal. Of course they're going to call their friends at Bloomberg and complain about it. That's not a surprise, but was the policy really working? And I do challenge the growth numbers you've just quoted. I think the latest American growth numbers are more like 3 or 4%. Okay. I don't think they're 1%. I think you might be thinking about Western Europe. Okay. And British growth, I think the last one was 0.1%. And sometimes it's minus 0.1 and sometimes it's plus 0.1. But what we are seeing, Western Europe as a whole has declined relative to America, but also relative to economies that are growing around the world. And I include the United Arab Emirates on that list. And we've got to look seriously about what we've been doing wrong.
Well, let me pick up on what you were saying about China, because that's something you talk a lot about. Very hawkish on China. You talk a lot about it in your podcast as well. We know Keir Starmer was in Beijing just days ago. I know you were calling him desperate, saying he is pulling at straws. But we know that British businesses are very tightly engaged with China. Of course, China responsible for around 1/5 of global manufacturing. So in a world where China is this embedded in the global economy, is an economic decoupling, is that really realistic? What do you see as the real solution instead?
So I don't support economic decoupling. I think trade with China is important. What I do support, though, is we are careful about how we work with China. And we don't take their promises and blandishments at face value. And that was what was particularly ludicrous about the Keir Starmer visit. It didn't actually deliver much economic output, but the economic output it delivered is very, in my opinion, untrustworthy. And we've seen that through commitments on areas like climate change that haven't been followed through on. I support the development of what I describe as an economic NATO, where countries who share our values, who believe in freedom, free speech, free markets, democracy, work together to have a common policy towards China. I'm encouraged by Pax Silica, which the Trump administration has recently launched. Of course, the UAE and Britain are both members of Pax Silica, working together on critical minerals. That is more the sort of approach I would like to see of those countries who do not want to see a world dominated by China and the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative and Chinese control of critical minerals work together.
Because there's been quite a different strategy here in the UAE, isn't it? I know you feel that global trade bodies like the WTO matter less now, that we are moving more towards these smaller blocks you mentioned earlier. But of course, here in the UAE, it's been a very different strategy. It's continued to sign trade agreements all over the world, and it's clearly paying off. Recently, we heard the UAE's non-oil trade has passed $1 trillion. So tell me, why do you feel that narrowing trade relationships can actually give a country more leverage when economies like the UAE appear to be thriving by staying open and connected?
Well, I think I'm the government minister that signed more trade deals than anybody else in Britain's history. I signed over 60 trade deals post-Brexit to get Britain back on track, and many of those deals were actually better than the deals that the EU did. And I kicked off the trade deal with the GCC, for example, kicked off the trade deal with the CPTPP. So now Britain is part of the Pacific Trade Agreement. I support doing trade deals where it makes sense for Britain, just like Donald Trump supports doing trade deals where it makes sense for America. What we are moving away from is the universalist approach where everybody can have access to low tariffs regardless of their behavior. And what we've seen from China is we've seen state-owned industries using subsidies to undermine industries like the steel industry, for example. We've seen intellectual property theft. We've seen all kinds of bad industrial behavior. That is not true of countries that are in the CPTPP. It's not true of the Gulf states. So what I'm talking about is a trade strategy that is realistic about the geopolitical implications as well as the economic implications. And what is very, very dangerous is for countries to become dependent on China. And we saw how China behaved with Australia when Scott Morrison criticized their actions during COVID. There was a trade embargo placed. That is the kind of response you can expect if you do a trade deal with China.
Well, let me pivot slightly. Let's talk a little bit about net zero. This is something you've mentioned a few times. It's something you speak a lot about. I know you've called it an economic mistake. You feel the UK has really harmed itself by trying to target net zero when you say it contributes only about 1% of global emissions. I think its historically cumulative effect is a little bit higher than that. But on the flip side, we're feeling the effects of climate change already. We're seeing higher food prices, higher insurance rates. We're seeing natural climate change disasters all over the world. So I think there's a concern that if every country says our emissions are too small to matter and prioritizes domestic growth first, how do we shape a credible global approach to climate risk? And if it's not net zero, what do you see as the alternative?
Well, I see the biggest threat to the future of the world as the dominance of autocratic states like China, not climate change. I think that is a bigger threat. And that is what our policies should be more closely focused on. Britain has put more strict climate change legislation in place than virtually any other country in the world. What's been the result of that? The result of that is more goods are being produced in countries that don't follow those rules. So all we've done is outsourced carbon production. Meanwhile, industries like the car industry, industries like the steel industry in Britain are on their knees. The towns and cities that they support are in serious economic difficulty. And it's essentially been so that British politicians can go to international summits and boast that they're showing leadership. Well, wake up. Nobody is following. Donald Trump isn't following. China isn't following. India isn't following. And we are sitting in Britain on huge depositories of oil and gas, which we are not using. Meanwhile, we've got the highest energy prices in the developed world. And that is just not an economically sustainable strategy for Britain. I'm afraid the leadership of Britain over a series of governments, and I trace this right back to the Blair government in the 1990s, have preferred to worry about how they are perceived internationally than the condition and livelihood of British people who vote for them. And we're now in a situation where Keir Starmer is the most unpopular Prime Minister in British history. The entire political system is shaking up in Britain because people are so frustrated that they want to vote for a better life. They want to have a better job. They want to be able to afford things. And yet we've had economic stagnation for 30 years, which has been imposed by a political elite. That is the situation in Britain, and it's very, very desperate.
We're almost out of time. Let's turn to the future. A couple of minutes left. When we look at the future, I think there's by 2030, we're expected to see 170 million new jobs created globally as a result of the AI revolution. About 92 million jobs also going to be displaced as well. And it's fascinating to look at how concentrated that shift is. We're seeing companies like Nvidia worth $2 trillion. We've seen Netflix. They have a billion subscriber base with only a workforce of about 15,000. So where do you see the biggest economic opportunities being created next? And politically, how do governments manage that transition if growth no longer automatically means jobs?
Well, I think there is a huge opportunity. And despite all I've said, I'm optimistic about Britain, because I think we are now getting to the point where people are having a real discussion about why things have gone wrong, why the country's stagnated, what we need to do to fix it. We do have massive reserves of energy we could use. We can invest in nuclear as well as oil and gas. That is very, very important to have affordable energy to power the AI revolution, to power the crypto revolution, but also to reindustrialize Britain and make sure we are able to produce steel, cars, engineering equipment, aerospace that we have traditionally been very good at. And I think it's a combination of those things that will provide the way that Britain can make our way in the world. And I'm a supporter of low tax zones. Free ports have been very successful here in the UAE. Those are the types of bold policies we need to create a new business environment in Britain, because we have the fastest rate of millionaires leaving Britain of any country in the world. I pointed out that many of them are here in Dubai. I seem to meet more Brits here in Dubai sometimes than I do in Britain. And they are also moving to other parts of Europe. They're moving to America. We need to do something bold to attract those people back, to attract the businesses, and to make our country great and economically successful again.
Well, fascinating discussion. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, keeping us on our toes. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give Ms. Truss a very big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A real pleasure. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just heard this afternoon a special fireside chat, taking a look at the role of markets, the role of the state, and whether governments can either unlock growth or hold it back. And our next conversation this afternoon is going to be taking that conversation and taking it out of the theory and putting it into practice today, looking at how those choices actually play out in the real world when founders are building billion-dollar companies around the world. So our question we're going to be exploring this afternoon is, how can governments turn ideas into unicorns? Can they do that by picking winners or by creating the conditions that allow founders to scale without friction? Delighted to welcome our two guests this afternoon. Guillaume Poussat is the founder and CEO of Checkout.com, a $12 billion payments company powering, you can take a seat, powering global brands like Netflix, Uber, and Spotify. It's built right across the US, Europe, Asia Pacific, and the Middle East in some of the world's most challenging regulatory environments. And we're also delighted to welcome Satoyo, the Managing Director of M-Pesa, which supports more than 60 million users and has evolved from an unregulated innovation into national financial infrastructure across multiple African economies. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Let's give them a round of applause, shall we? Thank you both for joining us this afternoon. Guillaume, I'm going to start with you because I think your story is a particularly interesting one. Now, you started out originally as an engineer. You were studying. You dropped out of university. You had about $15,000, spent some time surfing, and then you went on to build one of the most successful fintech companies in the world. Now, these days, Checkout.com powers payments for organizations like Netflix, Alex, Uber, or Kareem and Talabat that we know in this part of the world. Now, what's been interesting is that you've built checkout.com all over the world, and at a time when fintech regulation across Europe and the US in particular really is tightening. Now, tell me, you say that entrepreneurs have a responsibility to help governments drive economic transformation. So tell us a little bit about your journey and what that partnership looks like when it really works.
Yeah, absolutely. So starting first on the just Liz Truss comment that I heard before, I believe in net zero. I think that if you have a high EBITDA margin, as an entrepreneur, it's important to give back in a certain way. And I'm completely pursuing a net zero in my company because we're profitable, fast growing. And I think entrepreneurs have a role to play in society. And if you can give back through a net zero strategy, everyone should do a little part. So I have an opportunity here to say this. And then I think clearly you mentioned the word like regulations tightening. We are the result of, regulations happening more than tightening. I mean, historically, we came to life because the European Union deregulated the world of payments and gave the opportunity to entrepreneurs to go into, straight to Visa, MasterCard, disintermediate the banks, and become a pure player in e-commerce. This happened to us, happened to Revolut. It created a landscape of new fintechs who created value for consumers, created value for shareholders, created, I like to believe, value in the ecosystem at large because HSBC and Barclays ended up having competition and you end up creating just a better environment for the ecosystem at large, just not the fintechs themselves. The UAE, came a bit later in that journey, but they, I think agreed with this principle. We had the, retail payment services license here. We support the Tabis of the world, the Talabats, the Tap Send, a lot of people who help in money remittance. But fundamentally, our infrastructures help the economy. They create jobs. We have hundreds of jobs here, more obviously opening every year. And I think it's the role of an entrepreneur is to actually have an open dialogue with the regulator, ideally with the government where it's possible. Highlighting the UAE again, it's much easier to speak with the UAE, senior leaders than it is to speak with number 10. And just explain that a level playing field, competition is good for the economy and good for ultimately the people who use our services. So I recognize that I started in Europe, but now it's a global business because most countries are actually agreeing with this principle that competition is good for the landscape. And it was in the news just recently. We got a bank charter in the US who's also opening us new opportunities. And I think we're going to pursue this, licensing regimes that support our business, and I think are just, good for us and our customers.
Very interesting. So Tori, let me bring in you here. Again, very much involved in digital tech, but a very different story. Now, M-Pesa essentially allows people to be able to use their mobile phones as bank accounts. So people can send money, receive salaries, pay bills, and access government services. And it now underpins daily life for millions of people across Africa. I think you've got around 60 million users. But of course, when the business was first founded, mobile money really didn't exist. The regulation surrounding it just didn't exist as well. So tell me, from your perspective, what role did governments play in enabling M-Pesa's growth? And how should governments work with innovators today if they want to stimulate that same type of creative innovation?
I think for us was when we started in 2007. So we are turning 19 in March. And when we engaged with government that time, the central bank, they're trying to solve financial inclusion